Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan turnamen terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan, "This is passion!" Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game SEA. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Allen, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơn ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. EA Passion thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơn ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Masakokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rasdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rasdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 put the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-games tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esports. This year, we have 5 game titles join Top Clans. A total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Thai, Malay, and Vietnamese. hoping to bring you the best esport experience. Today we'll present to you Tom and Jerry Chase final stage of Top Clans 2020. Before we get started, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels for all Top Clan 2020's latest updates. Free gift codes will be given away in today's Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational. Remember to search Tom and Jerry Chase in Google Play and App Store. Be sure you already download Tom and Jerry Chase. Then you can use the gift code to redeem in-game gift. The redeem website is www.tjcgiftcodes.com. If you cannot jump to the website, you can also scan the QR code on our screen later. The detailed steps are as follows. First, choose your server. Then, enter your in-game ID and enter the captcha code. Remember to click Confirm. Next, enter TJSI 1118 and type Redeem. Then you can check your in-game mailbox for the rewards. Also, during today's streaming, we have prepared Halloween surprising big prize packs for our viewers. We'll give away $1,000 of gifts during today's streaming, and we'll have the special event Lucky Draw after the semifinal. So do remember to stay tuned in and watch our streaming today. The game will start very soon. Our wonderful casters will take it from here.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. And I'd like to welcome you all once again to Top Clans 2020. Tom and Jerry Chase. I can't believe it. It is the final day for this tournament. And with our top four ready to go in the semifinals, ultimately only one can be crowned, of course. Joining you today for the broadcast is me, Articuno, and my lovely co-caster, Sayora.
Hello to you, Articuno, and hello to everyone who are currently watching the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase semifinals. So, just a quick recap, we've already duked down into our remaining 4 teams that will battle it out to get that whopping prize of $10,000 for the first place. But you know that the total is 20,000, and we will be seeing that later on. But right now, I'm pretty excited how things are gonna turn out. We had a lot of intense fights yesterday, and you guys witnessed that as well. And yeah, a lot of surprises in store for you guys, especially to the viewers. We have a lot of giveaways for everyone, and the special lucky draw that you guys can, tune in later before we start our finals.
Yeah, I think since it is the last day, Sayora, we gotta give our audience as much as you can, especially since it is like a nice Halloween weekend that we have here. As you can see on your screen, we still have the gift code redeem guidance for one last time, guys. For one last time, be sure to visit that website and scan the QR code and follow the instructions on your screen with taking note that our unique code for today is TJSI1118 to get that lovely reward for your last day of Tom and Jerry Chase, in which case, guys, you want to take full advantage of that.
And of course, this is going to be the quick overview. We've already mentioned that we were done with the group stages here that were divided respectively into the registration phase and final mode on the ranks. And now the elimination stage for the semifinals is going to commence with a single elimination. And of course, the remaining, 2 teams to fight it out is going to be, the champion of our Top Clans 2020. But we will be seeing our draft in a bit, our tournament bracket in a bit. But right now, this is the prize pool. As mentioned earlier, the first place will be having a whopping $10,000, and of course, it's divided accordingly with a total of 20,000 USD. And for the scoring rules right here, Articuno, we do have seen a lot of action all throughout our days, and this is how they are able to gather up some points.
Yeah, and as you can see, yesterday we had our quarterfinals, which helped us narrow it down to the top 4 in Southeast Asia Space, Joyful behind in Vain Q. And these 2 teams will be facing up immediately in our semifinals match before we proceed to our grand finals later during the day. Now, big question is, who will ultimately be our top two. Will it be one of which from Space and Joyful, and of course the other of which coming in from Behind or VayneQ? Be sure to continue to show your support for the teams that you want to make it in this tournament as our champion. Of course, first off, to kick things off, it is going to be Space versus Joyful, to be followed by Behind versus VayneQ, and then take note of our special event, a super lucky draw after our two semifinals matches before we proceed to the final game that'll determine who will ultimately become our victor here at Top Clans 2020, Tom and Jerry Chase.
Definitely. And, I'm just really excited how things are going to pan out. This is one of the intense fights that we've seen. These top four teams that we have, really made it, this far. And they showed us a lot of dominance with all throughout their games, may it be a cat side or a mouse side. So I'm expecting, really intense battle between all of our teams right now. I just really can't wait.
Yeah, and gosh, it just makes things really interesting. And I am super proud of our top four, in which case they have battled from a grueling group stage going into this top four. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the team overview for our first matchup of the day. It is SP. Let's go ahead and give them kudos, give them a roll call. LVD, Mamon, Midi, Wolf, Kuro, Tiger, and Lumia. One of the four teams that can potentially be your Tom and Jerry Chase champion. Now, don't let those rankings fool you. They've made it this far with such a dominating performance that we saw during the quarterfinals, and going up against them is another team worthy as an adversary to them: ADM, Virtu, Asta, Chris, Alci, Alvin, and Mvico.
And yes, with the similar compositions that both their cat and myself, I'm pretty sure this is really going to be an intense fight, because both of our teams know how to utilize these picks well, and it's just going to be down to how they make things work when we already start with our dispatch phases.
Yeah, and which case I'm very excited, Ciora. This is another one of those series. I recall yesterday where we had another one where I just wasn't sure who was gonna come out alive. I think between the two semifinals, this is probably gonna be one of the more closer ones. Both Space and Joyful had great showings during the quarterfinals, very convincing, in which case towards their plight of making it in the top four. But let's check out how pick and ban will roll out. First things first.
So Mouseketeer Tuffy is not gonna be into play. Classic Tom for level 0 right here, one of the dominating cats that we've seen so far. Magician Jerry, Detective Jerry, King Jerry, and Robin Hood Jerry. This is going to happen at the Summer Cruise 3, so one of the bigger maps that we have right here into our tournament. And this is pretty interesting because with the Robin Hood Jerry at play, this adds a lot of mobility for our mice. So let's see if level 0 is, able to catch into the initial momentum that Team Joyful is going to dish out later.
Yeah, I mean, especially since it's the last day. So for both these teams, they want to go all out to try to make sure that they secure their spot into the top two. As we said, guys, it's going to be settled today as we head into the game. Patrolling phase will begin now. Interesting that we're seeing another summer cruise. I mean, it's a very interesting shift that we've seen from the group stage, because during group stage, if I recall, we've seen a lot of starts that did kind of lean towards the standard house. So team going into the elimination stage have favored shifting into summer cruise as a start. I mean, you have all this real estate to work with, so not really surprised right there. And if you think about it, for the cat especially, there's only so much you could do during the patrolling phase when you have this large of a map. You just want to try to get buffed up as much as possible. We'll see you have 4 mice that are just going across the map, trying to scout out all the cheese that they can. And with the seconds dwindling and these mice ready to set loose lots of information that they managed to gather, now it's going to be up to level 0 to try to prevent the mice of Joyful from getting the... You know what? This is it, Ciora. Into the game proper we go. Dispatch phase begins right now.
Yes, indeed. So I like it how Level Zero was able to get that invisibility potion just before our dispatch phase starts. So he has the element of surprise right now and placing all of those mouse traps in a predictive way wherein, he might be thinking that a lot of mice would pass by into that area. So look at this group up together with 3 mice here on the captain's quarters. He is able to swat down our detective Jerry. Oh no, Robin Hood Jerry rather. And off to the rocket chair he goes in the first seconds actually of our game.
Yeah, really good start, in which case this is the ideal that you want when you're a cat. You don't want to try to dilly-dally too much in the midst of chase. You want to try to snatch up the first mouse that you can, and a very respectable one at that. I mean, Ramada Jerry is definitely one of the more ideal targets you want to go for, but the rescue easily comes in.
Ooh.
But Level Zero wasting no time. Make sure to get the trade-off, as King Jerry is the one that finds himself next on the rocket. Now, Joyful, they're going to want to try to respond to this because there's only a few seconds remaining and they don't want to work against lesser numbers.
Oh! In a timely manner, they hit the base, but you know what? Level Zero was Ice Cube, and the save is going to happen right here. So they are going down into the stairs to the cabin area, but he was still able to get Magician Jerry as trade. So with all of that fiasco, although this is the first dispatch of our game, 2 wedges of cheese were already pushed in the process. So this is not going to stop Level Zero right now because look at the speed. He's already in his second mouse onto the rocket chair.
Right. And man, this is really good coming in from Level Zero. There hasn't been a dull moment so far towards the start. He's constantly been able to keep these mice in check, and because of that early proactivity, the fact that he was able to get a mouse this early on, it really hinders the progress of Joyful to just focus on these objectives. Now they kind of have to play, it's like they're on a trapeze almost, trying to find the balance between going for saves and making sure that they don't compensate on getting these wedges of
Ooh.
cheese done. Because when you get farther into these competitive games, especially when the competition is stiff, I mean, you have to try to look at things. Like if you're losing out on mice, then you want to try to at least put yourself in a position where you don't lose out on too many points. And by not losing out on too many points, you want to at least get those objectives. Sure, let's say you get 3 mice dispatched eventually, but you have 5 wedges of cheese pushed in. That at least gives you leeway to work with further on in the round. But from what we're seeing here, it seems that Level Zero is not giving them that opportunity whatsoever to not even
Yeah.
work on objectives.
And that is the second dispatch of today. Really fast paced this time with only less than 3 minutes of our time here already spent. And this is just really fast for Level Zero. Really keeping up the momentum here, not letting our mice push another wedge of cheese and just really forcing the issue to lure them in whenever he has, captured a mouse. And onto the chase with King Jerry. He goes here into the boiler room. Pipe is going to be used onto the top side this time. Okay, so he did not fake that out. And I think Tom is just going to wait here. But 1 wedge of cheese was pushed, however, but still they need 2 more. And with only 2 remaining mice here on the board, it's going to be difficult for them because one is, I'm pretty sure, going to be chased by Level Zero. The other one really has to force the issue by going for the save.
Yeah, and oh man, only 2 mice remaining with only 3 wedges of cheese. Now, realistically speaking, it's going to be very hard for them to open a crack with only 2 mice remaining, let alone even try to push for objectives. So I think at this point in time, with only 2, like I said, they at least want to try to get all 5 wedges of cheese pushed in. But Level Zero, like I said, not slowing down the pace at all. So going to be hard for them to constantly push for these objectives. And the great thing about this is that Level Zero, great positioning on this rocket here, at least the earlier strap on, so that he not only keeps one of the mice in check, but he also manages to keep this wedge of cheese in check as well.
So yeah, even though that King Jerry was able to go for the save, he is the one who's going to be traded out and be placed into the rocket chair. So again, this forces Robin Hood Jerry to go for the save, and the fork is nicely placed on that wedge of cheese for it to be prevented from pushing. And now the save is going to be connected once more. So onto the chase, Level Zero goes. So if ever he catches at least any one of them, the countdown is going to be faster than it should be.
Right. And
Oh.
golly, I love how these mice are constantly going for those rescues, but then again, you can only do so much as a result. I'd say that was a really good victory for our cat here. Not only was he able to dispatch 3 mice, but also make sure that objectives weren't quite rolling for the mice either, with only 3 wedges of cheese pushed in at the end of it all. And that's going to be a really strong start here for Space at the end of the day.
This is very dominating, and this already placed Team Space in a slightly comfortable position, because right now Team Joyful is going to force themselves to do the same amount of effort, especially for the cat side, and to negate the pushing of the wedges of cheese by the Space Mice side. So this is gonna be interesting how Team Joyful ADM is gonna do this out, because we did notice that there was a point wherein Team Joyful's cat took their time, but still made it into their favor. But with the momentum that Level Zero just demonstrated right now, he has to, pick up the pace right here if he wants to even things out or create a gap for themselves.
Right, and I mean, just a really good start, in which case for Space, like I said, both teams would want to bring their A game heading into the final day of this tournament. And it's been impressive witnessing how Space has, if anything, not only have they been consistent, but they've also actually, from what I've noticed from the group stage to quarterfinals, heading into the semifinals, there's always this step up of improvement that we see from them. Now it's going to be up to Joyful to try to contend with that, because if there's someone that could be quite the challenge for them to face this far into the bracket, I mean, it's definitely Space. Space clearly has shown that they have it together just right out the gate. From day one, we've seen them in this tournament. And for Joyful's case, hopefully they can manage to flip things around, flip the script around, just so that they either manage to still take the round, should they have a better performance than Space in this first round, or maybe at the safest, maybe at least call it for halves, just so that you have a little bit more leeway to work with. We've seen a half situation yesterday during the 4th quarterfinals where we were just not sure, and like I said, I'm still a bit unsure, and this round 1 will be a perfect round to figure out how the scales will tip towards either team's favor. But for now, I'm somewhat banking on Space, but I don't want to discount Joyful just yet until we see the results of that second half.
True, but yeah, let's just have the predictions once the second half is over, since maybe a chance for Team Joyful's cat will turn the faces around and give us a more speedy momentum in comparison with what Level Zero has to offer. But then again, on the flip side, if they aren't able to negate that wedge of cheese and force the escape phase, I mean, this is gonna force Team Space to be lax come the second round. So the winning condition basically for Team Joyful here is to just dispatch the mice with only, I guess, at least 2 wedges of cheese were only pushed if they want the gap to be in their hands.
Yeah. Okay, so in which case we're just waiting for that next game to hit. We only just started the game, guys. First semi-finals of the day, in which case, so a lot more ahead for us. And starting off here with Space and Joyful, 2 teams which have shown that they are both forces to be reckoned with as early as group stage, but of course only one can become one of our first 2 finalists that will head in further in the bracket for our finals.
Indeed. So we'll just wait for it to load up. But again, guys, to those who are currently watching, do tune in that we have a lot of surprises in store for you. The giveaway codes is going to be there ready for you, and tune into the super lucky draw that will be happening after the next match between Behind and BenQ. So You have to stick into that because there are a lot of goodies for you guys to enjoy with. And if you want to experience all the fun of this game, Tom and Jerry Chase, it's available to download in the App Store and Google Play. I mean, as you know, as throwback childhood as it seems right now, it's very complicated to play, and you will be seeing that right now as we head it on to the pick and ban phase. So this time, no Robin Hood Jerry, and still classic Tom for AOM, still Summer Cruise 3, and the choices are still the fundamentals.
Yeah, Robin Hood, in which case, has been a favored ban in a lot of the games that we've seen in this tournament. So no surprises there that Joyful would be one of those teams that would want to take it away from Space. Because another thing you have to take note, guys, is the reason why I'm kind of banking on Space just a little bit more here, even though I feel it's a close match, is Space has proven to be a contender on both fronts, both whenever they're playing Cat as well as playing Mice. And for Mice particularly, what I love about Space is we're so well coordinated, and I think one of the best moments we've seen that was even just yesterday. And I think it'll be a great build-up for them should they be able to continue that coordination, that cooperation that we see from them. It's just so well oiled, and they never really leave someone, left for dead, so to speak, when they play out these games. So I'm expecting that same level of collaboration going into this match as we head into the patrolling phase for our second half of round 1 at the semifinals here at Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase.
Indeed. So right now, heading into the topmost area of our map right here, Tomcat going into all of those potions and concoctions that he can intake for additional buffs. Meanwhile, the other mice are just patrolling the area to locate the wedges of cheese and to basically plan out how things are gonna go from there. And just right now, both of our teams, other than patrolling, basically, Tom here is just destroying and getting all of the items that the mice won't be able to use for later. Meanwhile, the mice here, again, still sticking to their stones, just patrolling the area. Ooh, but I think one of them are into the dining room. So let's see how things are going to pan out as the dispatch phase comes along, because their positions are also important in terms of the early phases of the game, because this can be a good thing for the mice if ever they are able to place themselves in the nearby wedge of cheese.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, looks like Joyful's cat starting to buff up, get as many obstacles that could be a hindrance later on, and the mice are on the loose. Actually, he manages to spot out Mammon right away. Now let's go ahead and see how long Mammon can kite here. I mean, he's taking quite a bit of a hit there, so should be very, very careful and wasting no time whatsoever. AOM getting his first take right off the gate. Really good start here in which case, but good start here from Face as well, making sure that they start lodging in Joe's wedges of cheese.
Okay, so Kuro here is gonna go for the save with the help of his helmet right now. And just look at this AOM onto the chase once more, but I think he's going to target down a Mouseketeer Tuffy here this time around. That he's gonna go for the swap way here, and there he goes, and then he is going to be placed onto the rocket chair right now, but Mammon is in the vicinity, so a rescue can happen, but with 24 seconds remaining, he still has work with, but he was trapped into the mouse trap that he placed earlier there into the floaty area. So with him doing this, AOM is just gonna go get another one for himself.
Yeah, they ought to be careful here, in which case they're going to try to go for the rescue. Luckily, there is still a bit of time, but that's just one problem dealt with. Can they establish distance? Unfortunately, that won't be the case, as Magician Jerry will be the first one to skyrocket here. But you know what? The great thing about this Seora is the fact that, in comparison to the first half, from what we're seeing here, Space has never really allowed their objectives to get compensated. There's already 3 wedges of cheese pushed in. If they could get one more, then that means they've already managed to best their opposition. So this is a good build-up that we're seeing from them, in which case, knowing very well that, you know what, maybe it might be a trickier matchup, and it might come to a point where possibly the crack might not get open, but let's at least try to trump them in objectives just so that we still get that round win. But you know what? I don't want to say that the possibility of getting that crack is far from possible, because it is. We've seen some games where even with 3 mice remaining and with still quite a number of wedges of cheese to be pushed in, they still manage. So we don't want to discount space just yet. If anything, they're still monumentally doing better than their opposition in the second half.
Mm-hmm. So right now, Musketeer Tuffy is captured into the cabin area, which forces the classic Jerry to go for the save. So just waiting for that opportunity, but he was injured by AOM right here. So the save is going to connect, but was golfed down and is going to be for the trade. This is another rocket chair coming in from AOM with 29 seconds to work with. I think they should be prioritizing the wedge of cheese first before going into the save, since they still have some time to work with here. But Kuro has to be careful, because if he is captured by AOM here, this is going to be a game for him. And yeah, as mentioned, the the fourth cheese is going to be pushed down, and I think this is a good opportunity now to go for the save. But I don't know if Kuro's gonna make it though. So I think that they will let this be and proceed to that final wedge of cheese.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, it's gonna be a tall order for SP to go for a picture perfect finish here. I mean, it's gonna be far from perfect at this point with only 2 mice remaining, but the least they can do is at least try to make sure that all 5 wedges of cheese are pushed in, and I think that's already a victory in itself as far as getting the round win. Does look like we're seeing Detective Jerry already on the case, and that should be a lot of seconds, in which case that he would be able to get in order to push in that wedge of cheese. I mean, there you go. Final wedge of cheese is pushed in. Rocket strap on will come in onto the Mouseketeer. But at this point in time, like I said, Space is just living up to their win conditions with the, considering the circumstances of the number of mice they've already lost. So overall, this is a good start for them in this best of 3. Sure, it might not be the best, but at the end of the day, it's the objectives that matter, the counts of wedges of cheese that they managed to push in, and that's a small victory in itself for Space. A round victory overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for this specific second half, it's going to be in the hands of Joyful as well, dispatching still 3 members. But as you mentioned, the wedges of cheese were successfully pushed, forcing at least the escape phase. So for this, I think Space has a little gap that they have worked with. So come into our second round, I think for Space to fully have their spot for our finals, it's just a matter of keeping or maintaining that 2-point gap that they have, and this is the score that both of our teams were able to gather, with Space having 4 points and Joyful with 2.
Right. And good start, in which case a 2-point differential. But I think when you have matches that are as close as this between Space and Joyful, like every single thing will count, right down to those small bits, like how many wedges of cheese that you manage to push in. Because I think as far as going all the way for the mice, opening the crack, that's gonna be very tough considering how competent our cats are. So it's gonna come to the micro things. I think here's it's gonna come down to the micro and those small differences in points as well, should we be able to hit around 3. But for now, in which case, it's definitely a little bit more breathing room for Space to work with, because they are leading by 1 round, not to mention 2 points as well. So just small victories that they can take. Whether or not it can lead to the bigger picture, which is a complete victory in this matchup, that is something that we are yet to see.
True, and while waiting actually for our pick and ban phase, this is all the more interesting because the bans are gonna increase in by 1. So it means this is going to be a showcase of the variety of mice and cats that our teams can pick. So yeah, this is very interesting. And yeah, as you mentioned, both the cats of our respective teams are very competent here and really on par in terms of gathering scores for their team. So I guess the change or the deciding factor is going to be the mice side for either of the teams. In terms of their usage of mice, both of them are really have it. They know the skills. They know what they're doing. And I think it's just about who gets to be captured first, or who gets to push the wedges of cheese first, and basically who gets to kite more, or a lot of factors to consider actually. But I think this is just a matter of who does who first.
That's true. That's true. And I mean, in this case, I think if we want to see uh difference, I guess, in results, especially for Joyful, in which case they really have to step up, particularly on the my side. Like I said, two cats that are very competent for each team. So I mean, like I said, it's really going to come down to objectives here, which is even more so something that is on the mice. I mean, those wedges of cheese, they're not going to be as easier to push around this time. And I think Space realized that, where they shouldn't be committing too many numbers towards going for rescues. They, as much as possible, want to make sure that there's a balance between the rescues. If anything, probably a little bit more emphasis on pushing those cheese, just so that if it does come to a point where your numbers dwindle, you'll have the comfort of having those objectives. But let's check out Pick and Ban.
Alright, so Musketeer Tuffy is not going to be into play, but this is going to be replaced by King Jerry automatically. But interesting how they are going to pick up the Pirate Jerry. And of course, for the side of level 0, it's still the classic Tom. So again, another interesting pick because, yeah, there could be a bit of a different option for this Pirate Jerry. Maybe it's my opinion only, but I think Pirate Jerry is used situationally, and to me, it could have been a different pick. But you know what? Maybe I think this is about comfort. Maybe they are going to prove me wrong and, just use this Pirate Jerry to basically kite away our Tomcat, since you can't really. I think he's more effective when doing so, rather than just staying in the sidelines and pushing the wedge of cheese. But let's find that out, as we will be heading on to our round 2 first half of the first semifinals match of the day between Space and Joyful.
Yeah, and my gosh, this is gonna be interesting here. Level 0, as we saw earlier, has been very efficient at the chase. However, what I will say though is, like I said, Joyful just needs to make sure that they don't overcompensate going for the rescues, that they miss out on pushing as many objectives as they can earlier on, especially when you're up against such a competent cat like level 0. So objectives are going to be in key, in which case, like I said, it's going to be the finer things that you need to look at when you have a Space versus Joyful matchup, because going all the way is going to be tricky, especially with fuller 5 numbers. Now, during the patrolling phase, I really hope that the mice were able to take note of cheese locations, just so that they know where to get things started. We see a little bit of a convergence towards the patio connecting to the living room. So looks like they are boosting some healthier numbers here. Dining room and utility room is where the rest of the cheese are. Now, nobody really gearing towards those objectives just yet. So it's going to be a little bit of a slower start here as far as objectives for our mice.
So again, level 0 still eyes on the prize, placing some traps near the pipe area, and basically just trying to safeguard the wedges of cheese here, because if you look at the positions, Tom is in the area there, so it's quite easy for him to at least get a mouse on his hand later on. But it makes me wonder, the time is ticking and still no wedge of cheese is being pushed out on the mouse hole. So this is interesting. This is giving level 0 time to destroy any terrains that would hinder him later on. And yeah, on to the chase we go here. He was able to spot down the Magician Jerry here. And I think this is going to be the time for the other mice to work with the set of cheese, as mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and okay, I was a bit worried here for level 0. It wasn't the same start that we saw during the first round, but luckily he is on track, in which case, and like you said, Ciora, earlier on, he was in the dining room and was getting a great setup. And none of the mice were really leaning towards that area. So, like I said, objectives are a little so-so right now for Joyful. So, technically, level 0 didn't really lose as much ground. He should be just fine as he straps his first mouse to the rocket ship.
Mm-hmm. So kind of made Bruce dizzy here, but the buff up Jerry is gonna be trying to inflict some damage onto Jerry, but the pan is gonna be used right here. The save is going to connect. Let's see if they are going to protect him here. But oh, look at that! Asta was thrown down by Bruce and a bit slippery here onto the pond area and just stay, or puddle area rather, and just stay here. Again securing another trade mouse right here, and this is going to be potentially his second catch, inflicting some damage onto Pirate Jerry, making him all dizzy. And I think, yeah, that is it. He is able to get another mice off of his sleeves. I think he's gonna go into the pipes area right now. Okay, the save is gonna connect right here, but he is going to be the trade, and this is the first dispatch that we have for today. But you know what? It's not gonna stop because King Jerry is injured in the vicinity, probably dizzy as well. And let's see if he is able to escape. Oh no, Magician Jerry has to throw something for Tom, but he was able to dodge that and now captures King Jerry, and off to the rocket chair he goes.
Yeah, good job in which case by Tom here. But then again, on the flip side, still a number of seconds to go. So level 0 isn't quite out of the clear just yet, especially since in the time that he spent in the patio area, it gave so much opportunity for the rest of the mice to work on the cheese on the opposite side of the map. And this is just a huge step up from Joyful, in which case we're seeing better progress where they have 3 wedges of cheese pushed in already. Level 0 really needs to get his bearings, in which case he really needs to get the ball rolling because luckily, though, he was able to dispatch one earlier, so that's good. So it's a nice build up here. But on the flip side, you also got to give kudos to Joyful, wherein they're at least not letting their objectives slide too much in this game.
Okay, so the wave of the wands is gonna happen, but this time King Jerry again. Level 0 not making this easy for the mice, especially when going for the save. So this is the second dispatch of the day, and all he has to do basically is just hunt down the Magician Jerry, and this could be a game for him.
Yeah, now, best thing that Joyful can do at this point is to at least make sure that they push in that one last wedge of cheese. We already see some movement towards the patio area, but I think level 0 knows where he needs to transition in order to make sure that he keeps this in check. He's already making his way towards the upper floor, so this is a good read coming in from level 0, also making sure that any leads that lean towards this area where the last wedge of cheese is properly guarded. So good build up. Like I said, I think one of the best things that level 0 can do at this point is not only go for dispatch, obviously being the primary condition, but to at least make sure that this last wedge of cheese isn't pushed in, just so that it gives much more room for win conditions that the space can take once they're playing on the mouse side in the second half.
So really destroying the lights right here to dim out the attic area is a nice thing for level 0, and so that there won't be any terrain that the mice can use against him for later on. And okay, the chase is gonna be here, this time spotting out Magician Jerry. Let's see if he is able to go and swat him out. But Detective Jerry, however, is in the process of taking that final wedge of cheese, but he was trapped in the mouse trap area though, and going back here, level 0 is going to be inflicted some amount of damage with all the stunts that Magician Jerry gave. So right now, I think he is just making some way here at this point.
Yeah, a little bit of pause up here from level 0, in which case just trying to read the situation here, and he does catch wine of this cheese that was trying to get transition, but beautiful up here from level 0, just trying to play the tradition game, in which case, but that wedge of cheese has already fallen. Looks like he's struggling a bit here, so he is going the right way. He did spot out where that wedge of cheese was going though, so that's still knowledge that he can maximize. And the wedge of cheese is already starting to get pushed in, but still has quite a bit of a way to go. Like I said, best case scenario for level 0 here is to try to nail started to dispatch one more mouse before this last wedge of cheese gets pushed in.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, again, right now onto the hunt for Magician Jerry right here, and just they're really giving a hard time for level 0, but I think level 0 is not deterred here and just really going on for the chase. So Detective Jerry is on his way to go for that final push right here. So level 0 still has a lot of catching up to work with, but it looks like he is in the tails of Virtu. Let's see if he is able to go for the catch. The escape phase was forced here on the latter, so let's see if he is able to get one. Pipe is gonna be used, very interesting though, but he is in a good spot since the crack is here in the vicinity, and now he's just really, wasting all the items here by breaking it, so that the mice is gonna be forced to transport themselves in a different direction, just so that they can have items to use to destroy the said crack right here.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the easiest. Not gonna be the easiest for the mice to open here. They only are working with 2, but there's also quite a bit of tools that they can work with as well within the vicinity. So you gotta be very, very tricky though, because you also gotta watch out for their health bars as well, because level 0 can easily just get the smackdown on them.
Mm-hmm. So I like it how Magician Jerry is just really kiting away from level 0, because he knows that he is going to be the target since he was the one who was seated on the rocket chair from earlier. But I think he is going to change his target and just go with Detective Jerry. And just like that, he is going to place him in a rocket chair right now. So Magician Jerry in the vicinity though, but in a very near spot of the crack, so that he can heavily guard 2 things in one. So Magician Jerry is just gonna hop his way right here. But you know
Ooh.
what? It's going to be a dispatch coming in from level 0, and it's a game for him.
Yeah, overall though, good job from Joyful, in which case he really stepped up their game miles better from the showing that we had in round 1. Now, moving forward, Space wants to close it out as early as round 2. They have to straight up open that crack and get some mice through that crack. That will be the make or break point. Otherwise, either a tie at most, but at worst, if they're not able to push enough wedges if they're not able to push 5 wedges of cheese before 3 mice get dispatched, then that's going to be the loss for them, and that forces them into round 3. And I think this is a great build-up for Joyful, in which case, if they're going to be able to deter Space from doing just that in the second half.
True, and yeah, this is a nice step up for the mice side of Team Joyful. Was able to kite down level 0 in a way that it's not as fast as it was during our first half. So this first round rather. But so this is interesting because this could be the placemaker for Team Joyful, because with their cat side, if he was able to dictate the momentum here, I think Joyful can tie this out, or even create the advantage point into their hands and forcing a 3rd round. But for the side of Space, winning conditions for this is to basically let all of the mice survive. And by survive, I mean, forcing that escape phase and basically go through that crack.
Yeah, and oh man, it's really tricky here. Like I said, it's going to be a very close call between these 2 teams. Sure, you have the 2-point difference and around victory for Space, but I feel like in this case, because of what Joyful managed to push for in this first half, it could almost nullify what Space has established in the first round if they're not able to do better than Joyful heading into the second half. And it's coming down to the wire here, guys. I'm still not sure how this round is going to sway. It's really good to see that Joyful is putting up a fight and stepping up in this second round. And who knows, if they get a round 3, it could be an upward trajectory for them.
True, and this is a similar scenario for our last match in the quarterfinals yesterday. We still have this level of uncertainty to who is going to secure the spot for the finals. And because both teams are showing prowess right here. And as mentioned, it's just a matter of who gets who first. And for this specific round, it was Team Joyful who was able to. They were not able to go into the crack, yes, but forcing out the escape phase is also a big factor for them in terms of laying down the scores. And yeah, with that being said, this is going to be the pick and ban phase.
Right. And okay, interesting composition that we have here. As we can see, Musketeer actually going to be the choice of ban here. So that's an interesting shakeup from the usual Robin Hoods that we see, either Robin Hoods or Original Jerry. So it looks like if that's the case, then Space definitely has a game plan here. It wants to reduce the defensiveness that the mice have. And I think it's very clear that what they're trying to go for here is complete closeout before these mice can accelerate the pace of the game.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you did mention that Musketeer Tuffy was banned out, but it's going to be easily replaced by the King Jerry that Team Space had onto their roster. But you know what? Let's see if the effectiveness of this lineup is going to be showing a good for their team as we head on to our second half of our second round of our first match.
Right, and gonna be very crucial in which case, for Space, if they want to try to close out this round two, first things first is they have to be on top of these objectives better than they've ever done in this tournament. And look at AOM right here, making sure to clear out whatever he can. Doesn't want to have those detriments, which could prove to be problematic moving forward in this matchup.
All right. So again, still the usual thing for any patrolling phase. Both of our teams scouting the area. This is going to be the classic house, and again, one of the compressed maps right here, the smaller ones in comparison with the others. So this is a good opportunity for AOM to just really guard these wedges of cheese. But right now he is still taking some potions to really buff himself up. And as mentioned, since he is invisible, he has this element of surprise. So again, the second SWAT onto this Magician Jerry early on in the phases of the game will be capturing Magician Jerry. Not the best mice that you would want to be captured in the very early phases of our game, since he has the Magical Bunny to be like a fifth assistant for our mice side.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate here, in which case for SP, but luckily they do get their bearings right away. Just need to avoid the snatch, just as I said that, though. Actually gets caught out by AOM once again. That will be the strap onto the rocket chair, but luckily this is just the start, though. Kuro will try to go for the rescue here, in which case rescue is very successful, though, but AOM not getting deterred whatsoever. Door just shut in from allowing this mouse to make the escape. Tries to go for the SWAT, doesn't quite get the connect, and the swipe comes in, though, and that does the trick. Still 28 seconds to go on this rocket. Now Space wants to try to preserve those numbers as much as possible. Also gotta look back at how is the progress on these cheese, because that's another thing that we need to make sure that they keep in check.
So again, smoke's gonna be used just to push this wedge of cheese right here. That is the Tekken Jerry is doing. But Kuro here, I think he knows that he still have some time to work. He's just being careful with the mouse trap that is set in here. But meanwhile, that is going to be the second wedge of cheese. But you know what? Look at this. King Jerry was trapped in the mouse trap right there. But Classic Jerry is also on the case, saving our Magician Jerry. But the trade is going to be real, as King Jerry is the one who's going to be dispatched first into our map right here. So not the best one, because the defenses are gonna crumble in a bit. So speaking of that, another mouse is going to be placed into a rocket chair. But look at this, Mammon here as the third mice will be the one to be captured by AOM. A very different and a very dominating catch for him. So two mice are already into the rocket chair. This forces Detective Jerry to go into the patio area and just go for the save, because he doesn't have much of a choice. He needs the numbers. He needs the number of mice for for distractions and to completely push the set of cheese. But look at this! Articuno, the flying mouse, is captured by Joy and will be having complete sweep.
That was a dominating performance that we're seeing here from Joyful. Just when we thought that things were starting to get shaky for them as early as round one, they completely flip the script and say, you know what? We're going to come back in round two. And not only are we going to come back in round two, we're going to come back super strong. And AOM's got to be very proud of himself because this is a crazy build up, crazy flip of points that we've seen earlier. And like I said, Space couldn't really rest on the laurels just yet because that was only 2 points of a difference that they had in the round win. And as we can see, with this complete victory from Joyful, it's just absolute domination. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how the points are going to switch up this time. And take note, Sayora, this also means that we're going to be getting a round 3 out of this first match of the day. Just really, really well played by Joyful.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, what better way to start our semifinals, right? Basically Joyful making a statement right here that they can go for some potential clutch games, and which was demonstrated pretty well here in our second half of round number 2. And just so when we thought that Space had the upper hand pushing that wedge of cheese in actually the first seconds of our game, they were able to push just that. But look at this, a whopping 5 points. Very different from the performance that they had during our round number 1. So this is 7-6, forces a third round. So all Joyful has to do is to maintain at least that 1 point gap, because if they do, they will be having the spot for our finals.
Yeah, and take note, it's still very, very close here, ladies and gents. Sure, like we said, Joyful was able to flip the script, but they're not out in the clear. And hopefully they're able to build up on this trajectory that they have from a kind of round 1 to just both sides actually doing quite well heading into round 2. So maybe round 3, this is maybe the motivation and the build-up that they need to secure that first slot into the top 2. But of course, if you're a Space fan, I mean, Space has proven that they can close out series in when it matters. So it's still tricky, Sayora. I don't know how this is gonna go. Like, is Space gonna suddenly bounce back from that shaky round 2, or will just Joyful go on this continuous upward trajectory straight into the finals? We'll find out in a bit.
True. I mean, even though that Team Joyful was able to swag a 1 point difference away from Space, the level of uncertainty still for both sides of the team. I mean, at this point, anything can happen. And when both of our teams prevented at least the opposing team from going in and taking the spot, it's just, to me, I can't drop my predictions here. I can't conclude anything because, Joyful here just showed that they are able to make some clutch games happen. But Team Space, from their journey, usually sometimes they have a rough start, especially with the mice area. But they are able to retaliate that once they go into rounds number 2 or rounds number 3. So maybe, this third round, they can finally make it through and steal away the spot. But both of our teams, man, really showing prowess. This just proves that both of them really deserve to be in our semifinals right now.
Yeah, and it's it's a shame that we have to say sayonara to one of these teams towards the end of this first semifinals, but that's just how single elimination goes. We had to whittle it down constantly. Went from a top 16 to a top 8. Now we're down to the 4. And like I said, we're going to reach the conclusion of that today. We're not going to wait any further days to find out who our champion is going to be. Straight after our semifinals, we'll be heading straight into our finals. So whoever does make it to top 2, at least not only are they going into it with all the happiness in the world for making it to top 2, but at least they're coming into it fresh off of practice, having just come out of the semifinals. So in which case they would have already been warmed up, and whoever makes it out between Space and Joyful, I think rest assured, it's very clear that they're very, very much warmed up after getting out of the semifinals.
Indeed. So, yeah, while just waiting for our game to load right now, let's see. For you guys, especially the viewers, we have amazing prizes in store for you. We have this thing called the giveaways that we will be, giving over to you. All you have to do, guys, firstly is download the game, which is available in the App Store and Google Play. But before that, you know what? We will be heading on to our pick and ban phase. Detective Jury and a Magician Jury is not going to be into play right here, and also the OG Tom. So level 0 is going to be using Lightning for now, and for the side of Team Joyful, Classic Jury, Robin Hood Jury, Mouseketeer Tuffy, and Pirate Jury is going to be used for this third round of our first half.
Yeah, I mean, with Tom just taking away, naturally just have to go for what has probably arguably been the favored second alternative to Tom, which is Lightning. I mean, every now and then we see specks and sprinkles of Butch in the mix, but Lightning has been the more preferred go-to heading into a round 3 once that good old Tom is taken off the board in pick and ban. So in which case, this should be interesting, CR. I mean, take note, it's both teams have gotten a round win, and it's only 1 point that separates them. That is, I mean, could be a make or break moment, but it's quite small. It's Smite Squall if you think about it, so it can still sway either way. But let's head straight into it, CR. Who is gonna take it? Find out as we head into patrolling phase.
Truly, and just like this, again, guys, to those who are currently watching the stream, we have some gift code giveaways for you. Just like I mentioned, download the app into the App Store and Google Play. The gift code is indicated into the lower right side of your screens right now, and basically the instructions, we will be showing that to you in a bit. But right now, heading into, once again, the patrolling phase. I like it how level 0 this time is just being cautious and throwing away all of the items that can hinder him later on. And this is interesting because now he is using Lightning this time. So this may be a difference. This could be a difference in his overall gameplay here, especially with the momentum he could give against a Team Joyful.
Yeah, and so far, mice are now on the loop. Level 0 gonna look for those early dispatches if he can manage it, just playing around this patio area so far, trying to get as buffed up as possible for transitioning towards looking for some mice in the mix. I mean, there wasn't anybody in the patio, so decides to transition towards the other side of the map, and is trying to also take away whatever optics can be thrown at him, continuing to get buffed up as well. So, you know, this is the good groundwork that level 0 is establishing. Whether or not if you actually transition into a snatch, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Level 0 gets the party started.
All right, so again, a fish is going to be placed right here just for him to be notified that there is a mouse trying to go for the save. But you know what? He is going to shove away Pirate Jury here into the attic. And just like that, again, a fish is going to be placed here onto the stairs. Ooh, falls down into that door area. But he was stunned, however, by Pirate Jury. But Invert 2 is going to have some assistance there. And to the save, which is going to successfully connect here. But they have to be very careful though. But okay, let's see. Going into the pipes right here, really committed on getting Asta. And just again went to the pipes. Ooh, I think he's just confusing Pirate Jury at this point, hoping that they could go back into the attic. But you know what? No, they're gonna stay in the patio area, and just like that, Mouseketeer Tuffy is going to be seated onto the rocket chair. But in the process, 2 wedges of cheese are already placed, and they just need 3 more. But let's see how things are gonna pan out, as Pirate Jury is gonna take this wedge of cheese in the bedroom, dining room. It's a kitchen. Sorry, it's a kitchen area. And so right now, the save is gonna happen. He will be dashing forth. He is stunned in a short duration here, and in the process, another wedge of cheese was pushed. But again, really sticking to his commitments here for Mouseketeer Tuffy, and loving how Virtu is just keeping him at bay here.
Yeah, and I mean, very chaotic start that we have here, Sayora. A lot of these guys from Joyful really want to salvage this rescue, but before they can, they manage to do so, but at the cost of another person getting swiped here. But on the flip side, Joyful's doing a great job. They have some excellent progress going on with these cheese. Already another mouse dispatched though, so still a lot of groundwork to work with though. I mean, it's really good. It's again a step up from what we've seen during the first and second round. Still the upward trajectory is there.
So the best bet that Lightning has to do is to protect this wedge of cheese into the living room area, and I think he's gonna just deny that by destroying all the chandeliers, taking away all the items for him to be prevented from being stunned or from being knocked back. But I think it's just the laws of nature that's doing it for him, the swing, him being hit by that. But luckily he's invisible, so that Bruce was not able to trace him down. So Dash once again is going to be used. Was not able to see Robin Hood, Jerry, but spots in our Mouseketeer Tuffy, and off to the Rocketeer he goes once more.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, Ayora. Level 0 just really getting these snatches. But on the flip side, Joyful doing a great job and making sure that they get that last wedge of cheese pushed in. But also, bigger question is, do they want to respond to the save? There is still 20 seconds to go. Luckily, they were able to recuperate a bit of those seconds. I mean, not really any sign of anybody trying to go for the save here. So looks like they're just straight up going to make sure that they secure that last wedge of cheese and leave it to chance as to whether or not they'll be able to get this crack open.
Oh! Alright, the fork was able to connect to Robin Hood Jerry, and off to the chair once again he goes at this point. The crack is located into the stairs area. So let's see how things are going to pan out. Bolt Shield is going to be used to delay at least an amount of time before this crack is fully destroyed. So Classic Jerry is forced to go for the escape. He needs that remaining numbers that they have. So again, the save is going to connect, but with the help of the bubble shield, it's just gonna delay all the more in the destruction of the crack. Oh!
Oh my gosh, it is really not stopping here. And take note, those are going to be some very short seconds left for Joyful, and still a bit of a way to go on the crack. But you know what? At the end of the day, they realize Cat will most likely take the win. The important thing is to get all 5 wedges of cheese pushed in, and that's good enough for us. And we'll see, have to just see, Sayora, whether or not those 5 wedges of cheese, despite not getting through the crack, will merit them a victory. Because it'll all come down to what happens in the second half. Make or break. That's the name of the game.
And if you notice, there's already a specific trend for both Space and for both Joyful, is that they are able to force out the escape phase, but in the long run, they cannot, really push it to the limit and let the mice escape fully by going into the crack, simply because to me, I noticed that our cats kind of activate or kind of pushes with their momentum in the very last ounce of the game. So as much as the wedges of cheese are pushed in, that can really gain some points for our mice. The fact that they cannot go for that full scoreboard, because they kept on being denied by the cat and just being dispatched during the very last, as in the very last phase of the game. So again, still the level of uncertainty is here. However, this second half, this final one, is going to be the deciding factor for both of our teams.
Right, and I mean, it's come down to this, hasn't it? Wherein let's establish some win conditions here. So obviously the biggest thing that Space can do at this point is, because we're not even looking at points here anymore.
Yeah.
We're straight up looking at whoever wins this round. And what Space obviously needs to do is just get a mouse through the crack, plain and simple. Because obviously, in order for you to get the crack open in the first place, you need to push 5 wedges of cheese. So that's already step one of the win condition. Step two, like you said, is getting a mouse through the crack, and that merits them the round win. Let's say, sure, even if they manage to close out that 1 point and they technically tie into total points, it doesn't matter because, like I said, it's the round win that counts here at the end of the day.
True, and I'm just really excited how things are gonna pan out because both of the teams are just neck and neck right here, giving us a similar, actually a mirror battle for both of these teams, and it's just so exciting that we are going to decide our finalists in a very intense way and not in a super one-sided way. So it just means that the determination to win this, the determination to place their spot into the finals, and to just really show some good strategies for our fellow players out there. It's just something worth commending for both of our teams.
Yeah, and I guess we'll just have to find out how that'll roll out once we head into that second half. Super duper close, in which case, and very appropriate. Like I said, it is the last day of Tom and Jerry Chase segment for Top Clans 2020, so it's gonna be quite the fight to the finish. And no surprises here that both Space and Joyful are showing us some pretty stiff competition. Great way to start the day, in which case, great way to start our final day here on the caster desk, and I'm just looking forward to seeing more explosive matches as we go along. Take note, this is only the first semifinals of the day, ladies and gents, and we're also going to see later on who between our remaining two teams will get that top two spot. So let's keep the ball rolling here.
True. And yeah, again, guys, to those who are currently watching the stream, we have some giveaway codes for you, and tune in to the special lucky draw that will be happening after our second match of the day. And yeah, our prizes await, guys. And if you want to experience all of these fun, this Tom and Jerry Chase is available to download in the App Store and Google Play. And you know what? No more dilly-dallies. Let's head on to our second half of our round number 3. And this is very interesting. Topsy is going to be chosen by Joyful. Meanwhile, the other sides of the team, King Jerry, Classic Jerry, Pirate Jerry, and Magician Jerry is going to be used.
Wow, Topsy. Wasn't expecting a Topsy in the semifinals, but I guess it is appropriate. You know, you got to take some chances. You got to take some risks if you want to make it into the finals. And I think they're realizing the weight of the situation. And let's see if this pick will actually, you know, if it'll merit a victory for them for taking a risk. It's a huge risk in itself. I mean, Topsy is one of those rare picks that we'd see a team go for in round 3. Pick percentage isn't quite there, in which case more leaning towards more Lightning and Butch picks whenever original Tom is available. But you know what? Let's see how it'll go as we start the killing phase. It is the second half of round 3. Last chance to make it or break it for both Space and Joyful, who is going to be our first finalist to enter our grand finals of the Tom and Jerry Chase at Top Clans 2020. A little while later, we'll find out as we head on to the game.
All right, so again, patrolling phase is going to commence right here. They were able to destroy one robot mouse, and again, Topsy here being a bit speedy in terms of destroying nearby terrains, nearby items, and just taking concoctions in the process. But the thing is, yeah, you did mention this is a high-risk pick, especially for Team Joyful, because yeah, maybe this may be a comfortable pick for them, but you have to consider as well the prowess of the mice that, you know, Space might suddenly dish out right now into a very last match. So yeah, it all comes down to the dispatch phase, which will be happening in a few.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, dispatch phase is gonna come in. I'm really looking forward to seeing how AOM is gonna show us the stuff on this Tuffy pick. I'm still, oh, not Tuffy pick rather, but I'm super excited. I am super duper excited, Sior, with how this will roll out for our cat.
So yeah, I mean, pretty interesting because yeah, this is the dispatch phase. So Joy still sticking into buffing himself up, which is understandable because this can really help, especially with the clone kit that Topsy has in his skills. So I think he's just focusing on gaining some amount of XP before fully committing into a chase for our mice. But you know what? They have to be careful. He has to be careful on the other hand because this wedge of cheese is being pushed and transported into the mouse hole. So he has to really pick up the pace right now in terms of spotting out our mice because if not, it's going to be very he may be in a difficult spot because a simultaneous push on a wedge of cheese can happen. And okay, so a one wedge of cheese was already pushed in the process. So him staying or investing too long to be buffed can be a disadvantage for him later.
Right, and I mean it's a little bit of a slower start that we're seeing here, Siora. Not a single person from the mice has been pressured just yet, and we're already nearing 2 minutes into the game. This has given the mice so much leeway to work on objectives with such healthy numbers. So I'm a little bit worried for AOM right now. So far, not 100% convinced of this pick yet, but I'm not discounting it just yet because still a lot of room to work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, going back right here, I think at this point, Top is gonna go focus on to chasing this time because I think 3 minutes is more than enough to completely stay idle for now. And I think that is what he is going to do right now. I think he was able to spot on Pirate Jerry and Classic Jerry here. And yeah, Mousetrap is gonna be placed, but with the coin throw right there, he was able to get that save. And again, the chase is on top. He's gonna go hit Classic Jerry right here. And I love it how he's just jumping all through just to keep him at bay. Meanwhile, the others can go for some push in the wedge of cheese. But surprisingly though, they're not doing that. They're not in to the wedges of cheese to go for the push. Instead, they are committed fully into to be into the vicinity the same way where Topsy's at.
Yeah, and man, this is super chaotic. Still waiting for that strap onto the rocket. Still hasn't happened just yet, but I mean, it took a while. Finally got it going. Now these wedges of cheese have taken a steady pace as well, I would say, Siora. I mean, it's a bit slow on the mouse side, but for AOM's case, not a bad position to be in. I mean, the slower the push on these wedges of cheese are, the more these minutes are going to dwindle. And take note, it's something that we don't normally pay attention as much to, but time is ticking. Already nearing 4 minutes into the game, and only 2 minutes of cheese pushing. I mean, okay, it's a step up now. It's not completely far off, but I would love to see pick up a pace from the mice. In which case.
All right. So again, the target is going to be Pirate Jerry this time, and I think this is going to be the first dispatch of the day right here. Again, also a step up with the progress that Joy has, but you know what? That is timers on the clock. They were able to add more 10 seconds here, so that is another space for King Jerry to go for the save, and this forces out Joy to stay here if he really wants to secure this dispatch. But I think Mamon and King Jerry is not letting that happen, and I am slowly understanding the process as to why they are not, fully committing on the wedges of cheese. 3 of them here are just confusing Topsy right now, and I think they don't mind because Classic Jerry is on the way to the wedge of cheese. So look at that. With 3 seconds on the clock, they were still able to save Pirate Jerry. So this buys them a lot of time. And speaking of buying them a lot of time, the 4th cheese was already pushed. So they just need 1 more.
Yeah, this is huge, Siora. They still have all 4 mice alive in this game. They're really playing to their win condition of wanting to open that crack, and they realize that, you know what, if we want to get that crack open, we need to try to work with these fuller numbers as much as we can. Now, a little bit unfortunate that AOM was able to get the snatch on this particular mouse, bring him to the farthest rocket possible in the most elusive area, and luckily was able to finally dispatch 1, but that still goes to say, though, that it all comes down to this crack. And these mice have 3 mice to work with. So it just makes the feasibility of opening that crack a lot more tangible than what we saw during the first half.
True. But you know what? This is also the good thing about having a cloned Topsy right here. I mean, he could cover a lot of areas of the map. I mean, if you notice, he's just playing with the dining room area and the patio area. That just means that he has a lot of coverage, and the stress or the pressure that he is inflicting into our mice is there. It's evident. But you know what? As you mentioned that the crack being destroyed is possible here, since there are still 3 mice on the board. Even though they are injured, I think it's just a matter of them heavily kiting all throughout the Topsy right here.
Yeah, it's taking quite a bit of a while, in which case AOM luckily getting the swipe finally. And SP, they're trying their hardest to get this crack open, but there hasn't really been that much progress just yet. And there you go. That's going to be another dispatch. So I'm very worried for SP at this point. It seemed like they had an initially good start towards getting this crack open, but there's still a long way to go. A very long way to go. Very slow progress, everything. It's coming down to the wire.
And as you mentioned, that other than they have a long way to go, look at how good AOM is using Topsy right here with all of his clones confusing basically our mice. And this forces out a 3 dispatch coming in from Joyful. And I think they are the ones who secured their spot for the finals.
Yeah, looks like we have our first finalists going into the grand finals of our Tom and Jerry Chase segment here at Top Clans 2020. But let's look at the stats off first off. This Topsy pick, I swear, I was very worried at first because it was such a slow start for AOM. But then again, on the flip side, it was also a little bit slow on the objectives for SP as well. So it didn't really matter as much. What it did come down to was how delicate those last moments are, because you still had 3 mice which could have easily opened the crack, but AOM worked really well in the terrain that was available around the area where the mice were supposed to work around that crack, and it was very at the end of the day. We will be going by the points, in which case, and it will be Joyful with that 1 point that'll secure them their ticket into the grand final.
Okay, I was a bit nervous right there if we're gonna have like a tie-breaking match, but that 1 point is going to secure their spot. So I think this is, a very happy cheer coming in from Joyful, as they will be proceeding to the finals later on. But you know what? Still, kudos to Team Space for showing us a very awesome fight. That level of uncertainty just, had us thinking actually if they can still go for that potential clutch. But I think one of the things that may have caught Space off guard was the Topsy pick, because usually we haven't seen the Topsy pick all around, especially during the quarterfinals. So Joyful dishing this out is the perfect timing to do so, because other than it's the deciding match or the deciding half, it's also the risk that they took in actually securing their spot, and it worked out well for them.
Yeah, and I mean, there you have it, guys. Congratulations to Joyful, but good job as well to Space for making it this far into the tournament. They have been such a pleasure to cast, and they've had not some, but a lot of shining moments in this tournament, especially during the quarterfinals yesterday, and I wish them all the best. And hopefully we see some more of Space in our future tournaments to come for Tom and Jerry Chase. It is still a very fresh game, and I'm really excited for the prospect of how far our pros can go as we continue to grow this absolutely amazing game in not only our region but across the globe, so that we can get some international tournaments going. But you know what? That's just how the cookie crumbles, though. It will be Joyful that proceeds into our top 2, and a little later on we'll also be able to determine who will become their worthy adversary that will be facing them in that grand finals later on during the day.
Yeah, but again, to those who are currently watching the stream, if you want to experience all the action that we have right now, this game is available to download in the App Store and Google Play. And of course, when you do that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of giveaway codes in store for you. Remember, this is the last broadcast day. You would want to take advantage of that. Later on, we will be showing you the proper instructions to how to claim or how to redeem the said codes. And again, tune in later on for this day with our very very special lucky draw, guys. You can win tons and tons of prizes later, so you have to stay tuned to that. But for now, we will be I guess we will be showing you the MVP of our game later on, and I think it's going to be the Topsy pick. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be AOM. Like him really throwing off guard Team Space with this final double-edged sword pick coming in from this Topsy, and just really went to the top in using this little cat. I think it deserves the credit to where credit is due.
Yeah, just still waiting for that graphic to come up, in which case, and yeah, this really exciting day that we have ahead of us. Like I said, this is only the first semifinal. Still have a lot more in store for you. And of course, that very big lucky draw that we have, which we saved for our very last day here at Tom and Jerry Chase Top Clans 2020. This is passion. Can't stress that slogan enough. So there's still a long way to go, Seo. Things are only getting started here.
Yes, and later on we will be witnessing the contender for Team Joyful for our finals match. And I'm pretty excited how things are gonna pan out. But you know what, guys? This is the MVP of our game, and as I mentioned, it's going to be Topsy with the average score of 3,693, hit 6.3 times, tied to Rocket 6.7, and Dispatch 3.3 minus, even though I don't know how you dispatch the 0.3 one, but yeah, very nice. And I love the element of surprise right here that AOM demonstrated with our last match.
Yeah, and oh gosh, it's gonna be very, very exciting to see whether or not AOM will be bringing some more of this Topsy pick going into the finals. I mean, yesterday we were just talking about how things are likely gonna play out towards heavy meta moving forward, but AOM had a different plan. Not that Topsy isn't viable, of course, but it's just like if you look at the pick percentages of our, for the most part, of Top Clans 2020, Topsy hasn't been quite up there. But as you have it, once again, before we head on to the break, quick reminder of our lucky draw that is still going on, along with the giveaway that we have. If you're not so lucky to get in on the lucky draw, you can at least redeem the code for some instant prizes right here at Top Clans 2020. Just follow the instructions on the screen. We'll be catching you guys in a little bit. Once again, we have been your casters. I am Articuno. With me is the lovely Seora, and it is coming down to the wire, ladies and gents. Last day right here at Top Clans 2020. This is passion for Tom and Jerry Chase. We guys hope that you continue to tune in and continue to look out for all these amazing giveaways that we'll have in store for you, especially that big grand lucky draw that we will have a little later on. But for now, we're going to be taking a quick breather as we let you see the highlights as well a little later on. So catch you guys in a bit.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 flip the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
Welcome back, guys, to Top Clans 2020. Tom and Jerry chase the semifinals leading up to our grand finals. We are going to be casters once again. I'm Art Kuno, and with me is Seora, and we just came out from our first semifinals just a few minutes ago, where we were able to determine the first to enter, which is going to be Joyful. Now, congratulations to Joyful. On the other hand, we're still yet to determine who will Joyful be facing, and that will be determined as we head into the second semifinals for the day. And then a little later on, it'll be that huge lucky draw that we'll be having, and as well as our grand final, so that we settle things once and for all as to who our champion is going to be today.
Yes, and for this matchup, it's going to be Team Behind, who wasn't really behind from yesterday, but actually over the top, versus Vane Q, who left us with a very interesting last quarterfinals match. So right now, this is the quick team overview of Team Behind right here. Again, hovering up to the OG Tom, Lightning, and Topsy as well. And with really quick highlights here, DTG, DH, NIID, Jame, ML, Bell, and Nick, of course, for their respective names here. And just looking at their ranks, it just goes to show how amazing or how powerful they are here into our scene. But you know what, let's see the other team who is going to be their contender, Vane Q, with Kiao, Dated, Nutto, TLTB, Yes, Didi, and Kitten right here, with Kiao picking up the Butch, Lightning, and OG Tom. And of course, for the others, still the fundamental picks that we have seen all throughout our tournament.
Yeah, and I am super excited, in which case, I mean, just looking at these two teams, Behind, of course, being probably one of the best teams that we've had enter Top Clans 2020 for Tom and Jerry Chase. And then you have their worthy adversary, which, like just yesterday for VQ, it was so close. And they fought their way all the way to the top 4, but question is the resolve going to be strong enough as they go up against an even bigger competitor in the form of Behind? Let's see as we head into pick and ban.
All right, so Vane Q is going to start off our match with them being the cat side as the OG Tom, and looking at the compositions that they have for the side of Behind. Still, similar mice that they use, so this isn't really a matter of what skills that they have, since both of our teams made it this far, and it's not a question of skills anymore. It's a question of how well they use their skills here as we head on to our game later on. So for the patrolling phase, guys, and if you know, it's really a similar trend. Both of our teams just patrols the area, literally scouts them. For the side of the cat, just goes and, you know, gets all of the potions and concoctions that he can take for some quick speed boosts or anything that can help him strengthen for the dispatch phase. Meanwhile, the mice right here is just gonna patrol, scout the area for the locations of the cheese, also considering to where the cat is at and to where the traps were placed, you know, just so they can have a very concrete idea to how they are going to rotate themselves into the map respectively.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an awfully wide patio space that Kitten is kind of lingering towards, just clearing out whatever Kitten can while setting up some optimal traps at the best locations possible. And this is a pretty good area in which case. So let's go ahead and see. Lots of room for the mice to patrol during this patrolling phase, so that should give them optimal knowledge on how to go about as they are set loose and into the dispatch phase we go.
Yes, so again, the traps are going to be placed in a likely position where Kitten thinks that they will be going through for later. So right now, the positions of our mice, Devil, Tuffy, King Jerry came out from the bedroom, and they were able to spot out these wedges of cheese. So I like it how Kitten is invisible for our first phases of our game. The element of surprise is there. And speaking of element of surprise, off you go, catching the very first mouse of the day with Robin Hood Jerry tied into the rocket chair located at the bedroom area. So this forces now King Jerry to go for the save. Actually, King Jerry is the best mouse to go for this, since both Detective Jerry and Devil Tuffy could do some work in terms of the wedges of cheese, and that's what exactly what they did right now.
Yeah, VQ really getting the ball rolling here. And another snatch, not to mention. So this is a big start for Kitten, especially when you're up against a team like behind that is normally on top of collaborate. So it's just looking pretty hard. And it's interesting for Kitten, by the way, just kind of sticking around the area and prolonging the time that he has to hold on to ML, but some great crowd control into a rescue will come in from our mice. So good timing. A lot of injuries across the board, though, so they'll have to be careful as they establish some distance between themselves and Kitten.
All right. So again, although the save was connected, oh, interesting how he didn't commit to Robin Hood Jerry right there, and I think it's understandable since he wants to get Detective Jerry first off the board so that they won't have any advantage come pushing the wedges of cheese and the stealth capacities that our mice can get from Detective Jerry's skills. But yeah, right now the chase is on here. Okay, luckily he was invisible, but oh, look at that fork, was able to stun down Detective Jerry, and Kitten, knowing this, off to the grab he goes up into this banner right here, uses the pipes and into the rocket chair into the corridor area. Oh, actually no, he's just roaming around the map to where the other mice are at, and with 5 seconds on the clock, I think they won't be able to make it for the save right here. Oh, actually, they added 10 seconds in the time. So again, the chase is on. I really like how this is going for both the mouse and the cat.
Yeah, good coordination coming in from behind. This was what I was waiting for. And 3 wedges of cheese push, so it's at a stable progress. But what's kind of worrisome here is that sooner or later, they are going to lose out on one of these mice. I mean, there's not really as much time to work with anymore. I love the collaborative effort coming in once again, though. But question is, will they be able to salvage this mouse? I don't think so. There's not really anybody that can stop it. But luckily, since it was King Jerry that was strapped on a rocket towards the left side, that's a lot of a way to go. And still gives a lot of room for behind to work with, in which case they're still keeping their numbers strong. I'm pleasantly surprised, even with the trickier start that we saw to this round.
True. And this isn't the usual, gameplay that we see from VainQ, because usually it's like evened out or sometimes a bit of a downward slope, especially into the first half of round number 1. But man, VainQ not really getting deterred by all of the momentum that they're trying to, really dish out against him. But still, you can't neglect the fact that team behind was able to push 4 wedges of cheese right now, and Devil Tuffy's on the way for the final one. And I think they're just waiting for the good time to go for the save here, since Kitten already goes away from him, and now it's Detective Jerry to go into the kite. Let's see if the save is going to be connected right here. With 5 seconds on the dot, will he make it though? Is he going to make it for the save? Yes! Yes, indeed! And right now, again, the chase is going to be on right now. And you have to take note, the final wedge of cheese is not yet pushed, but is in the vicinity to where the nearby mouse hole is at. So this is good work coming in from them. Detective Jerry already in motion to push this wedge of cheese alongside with Devil Tuffy. So the crack might be open right here. And if it's going to be in a convenient position, that this could be a game for Team Behind. But you know what? VainQ Kitten not being deterred at this point yet, and just start to go and really commit the chase. And this is what he's doing. Was able to hit Devil Tuffy here, but the crack is open, located in the patio area. And as I said, very convenient for the mice, because look at this, really fast in decreasing that bars over there. Oh, wait, was that okay? Okay, it was a bit of surprise
Again,
back there. So
not living up to their name, and I mean that in a good way. Just beautiful start to this first round. Just super what you would expect of a team like this.
Okay, that was pretty interesting because you were a bit buffy on my end. But you know what? Like you said, with the team behind able to escape right there and there, and it just it kind of taken me aback for it. And
Yeah.
let's see how the my side of Team VainQ is going to work this out.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I still can't get over how Behind just managed to defy so many odds again. Just when you think one of these mice is gonna get rocketed again, I was a bit worried. I'm straight up, like I said, I was so worried towards the start, but I think what eventually went on was they were just. It just comes with confidence and trusting your teammates as well. That okay, I'm working towards the rocket and seconds are dwindling, but so long as you make sure you get those objectives first and get ourselves into a better position before being at a point where you constantly have to go for those rescues, I think it's just this really good game. It's very clear that Behind goes into these games with a thorough game plan and knowing what to do at which time, like when they need to commit more numbers, when they can kind of afford to allow someone to sit it out on the rocket for a bit. So just very, very well played. And I think for VainQ, they're going to have to step up their game going into the second half if they want to make up for lost ground, because that's a lot of hefty points that Behind is going to be pulling for this first half, Ciora.
And yeah, so with VainQ's my side, they have to perform on a same scale with what Team Behind did with during our first match. But yeah, again, this kind of leaves Team Behind not behind, but again, is this going to be a similar performance that we witnessed during the quarterfinals? I mean, during the quarterfinals, okay, they were already having a very fast pace, but during the second one, they showed us a more faster way on how to dispatch mouse, or how to escape into the cracks and pushes all the wedges of cheese. So let's see how Team Behind is going to do this, because this time it's going to be DTG as the OG Tom. And for the side of Team VainQ, still fundamentals, but you know what? They're not going to use any Devil Toughies or any Mouseketeer Toughies. They will be using, however, the Robin Hood Jerry right now, which is nice since Night Castle is a bit of wide in terms of the map, so you would want to give a lot of coverage in terms of the double jumps that Robin Jerry has on his sleeves.
Yeah, and take note, by the way, that I really like how there's a heavier emphasis on banning Mouseketeer Tuffy this time around. Just wanting to take away a lot of that sustain, a lot of that staying power in the midst of going for those rescues. So I think these cats want to go for go into games wherein they don't have to deal with mice that throw off that calculation, so to speak, one way or another, just so that they have smoother transitions towards getting mice dispatched. But you know what? It's going to start off with this patrolling phase. It's going to be on the mice of VQ to hopefully make up for lost ground after a smashing first half victory for Behind.
Alright, so again, this is the patrolling phase. Lots of potions and traps to be placed here for the side of DTG. Meanwhile, the mice are going to patrol once again the area to see the locations of the wedges of cheese. And in the process, DTG was able to get one robot mouse off the board. So right now, let's see how things are going to pan out. Ice cubes are thrown away, and another robot mouse is going to be dished out. So this kind of like narrows the scouting capabilities of our mice, since two robots were already destroyed, and this forces them with the information that they've only gathered during the time.
Yeah, and um it's gonna be interesting start here. Let's go ahead and check out mouse positioning. So a lot of side are lingering towards the right side. Meanwhile, we have this sole member in YesDD, which is going to try to deal with that last bit of cheese in the patio, but not going to be having it, as discovers that DTG just invisibly waiting in the wakes, instantly straps into a rocket.
This is very early, like less than 30 seconds, you already get a mouse strapped into the rocket chair, and you're not gonna really stop yourself at that point because TLTB already knocked down, Dizzy away, and again to the rocket chair he goes. This is a similar pace with what we had during quarterfinals. I mean, DTG needs to chill.
Yeah, and this is this is a chaotic start, by the way, for VQ, but just all the more great here for DTG, since he already gets the ball rolling. Now, question is, can he keep up the consistency? He's trying to get the swipe out here onto Nato, and having a little bit of trouble here getting his bearings, but he's just gonna barrel his way through and close out the distance. Really wants in on this King Jerry. And he shall succeed.
Yeah, because King Jerry was knocked down, and again after the rocket chair he goes. I mean, at this point, DTG all has to do is secure at least 2 mice for them to really be in a comfortable position come round number 2. But I think he's not gonna stop with just 2 mice, Articuno. I think he's gonna go for more, and him already showing prowess with the early seconds of our game. It's no question that he has the ability to do so. So Robin and Jerry was trapped, but will connect the save. Pipes are gonna be used. Still, sticking to the priority, which is King Jerry. Understandable, since he is one of the defense mechanisms of our team right here. So yeah, I like it how patient he is, and just even though the wave of the wand happened, still the priority to take down King Jerry at this point is just real, and you can't negate that away from DTG.
Yeah, and DTG is on a roll, by the way. He is on a roll. 23 seconds left to go. Luckily, they are able to go for the rescue. 3 wedges of cheese have been pushed already, but still quite a bit of a way to go, Ciora. DTG, a few lulls here and there, but hasn't really deterred him from his objective. And take note, this is already a big win for Behind, because by dispatching 1 mouse, it straight up already means that they take the round. Now, what DTG wants to do is try to build up on these points even further, not settle just for a round win, but a complete annihilation in points. And he's on the right track so far. Gets the swipe in a very speedy fashion, and we'll just commit towards bringing his next victim to a rocket all the way up there.
Alright, but for the side of Team BQ, they were able to push 3 wedges of cheese, so that is a certain point for themselves. But again, with Team Behind really dominating in our first half, VainQ would really like to get as much cheese as possible and to escape initially with complete members of the mice, but I think that's not gonna happen. But look at this, the 3rd mouse already trapped into the bell tower, of not so good position for Detective Jerry, since it's very far in number 2. It's already down to 1. He is forced to go in there. DTG is luring Detective Jerry into the bell tower area, and they might be meeting their ends right here. And it is the Flightless Water is gonna be using this mic. This is a complete dispatch Articuno from DTG.
Behind is going insane, and with that, Ciora, it's gonna be a dominating smackdown of a performance for Behind in this first round. Perfect points across the board. Well, almost. I mean, there's 4 wedges of cheese pushed in. Almost perfect points across the board.
Almost perfect. Yeah, good. They were able to escape perfectly with their mouse side, and he was able to dispatch the mouse, all 4 of them. So this is just Behind creating a statement right now. I mean, I think this is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a double-digit score, but whatever. Because the fact that they are already creating this distance in the very first round of this match, it just means that they're forcing VayneQ to put in a lot of work coming in from round number 2.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. This is exactly why we champion Behind as one of the teams to beat in this Top Clans 2020. They have been so consistent. My heart sunk for a bit towards the start of that first half, not gonna lie, but they continue to prove that they are in full control of their faculties to the best of, to the maximum to plus ultra. And for VayneQ, they have quite the challenge ahead of them, that's for sure. Behind clearly not showing any signs of slowing down and just very much in it to win it.
True. I mean, literally, Team Behind is not falling behind, but actually in one of the top spots right now. I mean, this is a similar trend. Yeah, not gonna lie, but them just showing a better play each day as days pass by. It just means that you can really learn a whole lot from Team Behind here. But you know what? VayneQ, do not be deterred. You still have round 2. All you have to do is to but this is challenging. I'm not gonna filter it out. It's going to be a challenge for Team VayneQ to work this out. They need to really ace up their game for round number 2. They have to work, or they have to do exemplary job for both their cat side and their mice side if they want to force a round number 3. Now the question is, will Team Behind let this happen?
I mean, they've been on fire throughout this tournament. I do not want to discount VayneQ just yet. I never want to discount any teams just yet. And it's kind of like what we saw earlier, where in round 1, sure, Space had a good start, but we didn't want to discount Joyful, and luckily we didn't, because they managed to turn things around towards the latter half. So who knows, maybe VayneQ can find something in them to beat what is clearly one of the favorites to win this tournament, which is Behind. But like you said, Ciora, sometimes we just have to tell it as it is, and Behind just clearly at top form. Just right off the gate when they enter this tournament, and going into the top 4, potentially even the top 2. We'll see. It'll be a recurring theme for them, for sure.
True. And yeah, I mean, is this a good opportunity for VayneQ now to dish out very interesting picks? Because that is the resort of Team Joyful earlier into winning their spot. But let's see. This time around, still Behind, Bell is going to be the OG Tom. So a change in player. So let's see if it's going to really be consistent with their round number 1, or will Team VayneQ finally use this opportunity to really put in a lot of effort? Because their picks right here for the side of the mice is very into the meta, very strong. And even though the Musketeer Taffy is not going to be in play, they still have the King Jerry. So their defenses are still high. And I think it's just a matter of where do they rotate themselves first into pushing the wedges of cheese, and how are they going to lure out Bell right here? Because Bell is also one of the proficient cat user that we've seen into our tournament. So yeah, let's just see how everything pans out as we are heading into the round 2 first half between Team Behind and Team Vane Q.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is gonna be make it or break it for VQ. They have to not only make every point count, but straight up, they have to make it a victorious half that will count. And it will if they will be able to pull it off. Losing the first half is not really going to help their cause whatsoever. But you know what? Based on what we're seeing here so far, VQ getting a good sight on where the cheeses are spread out. Might have to. It's an interesting spread that we have here. So I think it should be able to help their cause as far as the first initial pushes, since they are quite isolated from each other, so long as nobody doesn't get caught out too early where they'd have to cut off from pushing any objectives. At least not really cut off, but compromise a bit.
Alrighty, so again, this is a very good thing for Bell, having that invisibility to catch our mice off guard and quickly transitioning himself to the kitchen area. Already spots TLTB in the very early phases of the game, but at least the other mice are notified that, okay, Bell is here, and we just have to try our best to stop them from happening. But again, similar trend to our first game on our first round, with less than a minute to work with, already placed one into the rocket chair. So I'm not seeing any any face of Team Behind being deterred at this point, but instead they are the pacemakers of this game.
Yeah, and okay, looks like finally Bell was able to find a target within the first minute. That's fair progress. That is fair progress. Now VQ is already making moves to try to go for this nade, but the swiperoni though, that was not what VQ wanted this early on in the game. Now, the tricky part here, Sayora, is they have no choice. You have to send more members to try to go for some saves here.
Yes, and okay, sure. Robin Hood Jerry was rescued by King Jerry here, and one wedge of cheese was pushed in. But again, Bell just really need to take his time here at this point, because he was able to place down both Robin Hood Jerry and Detective Jerry. So at least either of them can already be a quick dispatch in less than a minute already into our game. So quickly transitions himself to a different target right here, and King Jerry might be the prey for this cat right here. But you know what? Vane Q will be making some progress on their own with them pushing the second wedge of cheese. But this is the question though, as King Jerry plays on the rocket chair with only 2 mice free to move and work around with, this forces at least one of them to go for the save, because they need the numbers. They need more cheese to be pushed in. But speaking of that, the third wedge of cheese is pushed. Not a bad progress for the side of Vane Q. But again, if they want to make this work, especially when the time where the crack is going to be destroyed, they need the numbers. But look at this. King Jerry with 7 seconds on the clock, plus Detective Jerry was captured in the process. You know, it's not looking good for Vane Q.
Yeah, and take note, they did try to attempt the save only to be greeted by a trap, and gosh, Bell is on fire this game, not skipping a beat. And take note, they are only past the 3-minute mark of this game, and this cat has gotten so much work done.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the save is going to connect by King Jerry, but with this, the pushing of cheese is delayed all the more, and Bell getting Magician Jerry with, this speedy time. This forces TLTV to just really go for this consecutive saves, but this kind of strategy is not gonna hold out for long for Vane Q, since, Bell has a lot of areas to work with, and it's just dwindling the options for our team of Vane Q. And with that, a very fast first half of round number 2, team already dispatched 3 mice.
Behind? I mean, it's what we Filipinos would say, kalma lang, meaning calm down behind. But you know what? When you're in this situation, the last day of the tournament, there is no slowing down. There's no calming down. You have to bring your A game. You have to continue to amp it up every single time. And behind.
Not
Holy
behind.
cow. Holy
Behind,
cow.
not behind. Indeed.
Not behind at
I mean,
all. Not behind. No.
really, I mean, all throughout the tournament, they are the ones who have shown us one of the fastest games into both dispatching and to both, getting these wedges of cheese being pushed. I'm not gonna discount or neglect VainQ here because they did make progress. They were able to push 3 wedges of cheese in the long run, but I'm starting to worry for Team VainQ because we did mention that they need to put in a lot of effort, but it's being denied by the speed or by the pace by our cats for the side of team behind. And take note, it was a change of player. So initially there is this thinking that, oh, okay, they might have a different gameplay or a different strategy. One might be the speedy one, which is DTG, or maybe Bell can go for a little bit of calmer catch. But you know what? There's no room for calm in their vocabulary, I think, because both Bell and DTG just didn't waste any time and just went for all of those catches.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. This is gonna be a huge make or break moment for VainQ. I'm not gonna lie though, it's gonna be hard, but they did show some decent signs of life to maybe be able to pull it off during the first half. But oh gosh, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be very tricky. They essentially have to get all of them to sayonara. It's getting chills, and I'm not just talking about the weather, by the way. It's pretty cold.
Yeah, pretty windy here in my area too. But of course, guys, to those who are, especially in the Southeast Asia, please stay safe. I mean, there is a super typhoon coming in along, and yeah, prayers to each and everyone. Stay safe and be prepared for what this super typhoon has in store for us. But you know what? This intensity is also witnessed here in our games as we will be heading on to our second round of our second half. And VainQ, you have to do it. This is your time. I mean, if you're not gonna do it now, and this is your time to show how speedy you guys can be as well, because you will be on the cat side this time around. So maybe an interesting pick would, do you good and catch team behind off guard, because all throughout the tournament as well, we did witness that team behind faced against the fundamental picks of their opposing team. So maybe, just maybe, a shake-up with a composition like there, just like that, into our pick and ban phase. He's not going to use the OG Tom. He is going to use Lightning this time around. So maybe this could change the pace for the side of VainQ and, gather up some points for themselves. But for the side of team behind, Devil Tuffy, Detective Jerry, King Jerry, and Robin Hood Jerry, so they both have the defense and the mobility for this round. So it's a lot of shakeups are happening here, Dakota. I got the chills.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the word pace, and I think it completely makes sense. Because behind on the my side is a well-oiled machine. So on the flip side, you want to try to go for a cat that could match accelerating the pace a bit. And that's why they don't call him Lightning for nothing. So hopefully this could be VQ's ticket. They want to get a perfect. VQ wants to get all 3 mice dispatched, and while also trying to minimize the number of cheese that they're able to push. That's another thing. So, lots of factors going into the Sayora, where it really comes down to whether or not this cat can perform or not.
And again, still the patrolling phase for both sides of the team. At least Kyle now has a vague idea that 2 wedges of cheese are in one of the secluded areas of the map, which is the boiler room and the cabin. So again, placing all of these traps in a way that he might think that the mice will pass by here is a good call for Kyle. But for the side of the mouse, okay, there were no robot mice that were destroyed, so they kind of have a huge scoop onto where the locations are at and to how they might rotate. But again, this patch is going to start right now as Kyle will be taking that invisibility potion early on, and the same thing for Robin Hood Jerry. So both of them are stealthy, so anyone could inflict the element of surprise.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a fairly interesting start here. Ooh, gonna catch one of the mice behind on that trap, but not able to go for the swipe just yet. Just try to deter the other mouse that was carrying some cheese over to one of the holes. Try to go for a push in, trying to slow down these objectives as much as possible. Not a bad way to go, and gets the swipe. Great job. First minute into the game.
Alrighty, so yeah, as you mentioned, Devil Tuffy is going to be placed on the rocket chair, which forces, I think, the King Jerry to go for the save. But you know what? A lot of commitments is gonna happen here, as both Detective Jerry and King Jerry are in the deck area, and they will be going for the save, even though the trade is gonna happen. Robin Hood Jerry is going to be there, but let's see if they will be stopped at this point. Ping pong ball, golf ball is going to be thrown out, but not really gonna stun Kyle at that point. So again, he is heavily guarding DH right here in hopes that someone is invisible, but of course we can see that no one is there. But again, for their perception, it's better to have that little insurance. That I think that's why Kyle just stayed there for a bit amount of time.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. Taking a bit of time to nail his next target, but I swear I jinx it every time. Gets the swipe and will bring his target back to the rocket. Unfortunately, not that many seconds to work with that. This will be the first dispatch. So great start off here for Kyle. This was the pace that I was looking for during the first round.
But you know what? 2 wedges of cheese were already pushed in by team behind, and looking at this, okay, dashes in towards Devil Tuffy. Devil Tuffy with a low break of health to work with right here was knocked down, and this is the second mice that is going to be seated on the rocket chair. Spots out King Jerry, will be going down the stairs. Let's see if they are going to make some progress. Injures out King Jerry in the process, dashes in, but will not be able to get that swipe out there. But see, so the kiting potentials is gonna happen while Detective Jerry is gonna go for the save. I think King Jerry is gonna be the trade right here, but you know what? They are currently pushing that third wedge of cheese into this beside the dining room area. And right now, again, as mentioned, King Jerry is going to be the trade mice to be placed into the rocket chair. So I think this forces out Detective Jerry or Devil Tuffy to go into his aid.
Right. And it's interesting though, because what Behind would ideally want to do to close things out, if I'm not mistaken, if my math is correct, if I getting the point add up correct, they at least want to get all 5 wedges of cheese pushed in. I think that should be enough. But yeah, it's still a bit of a way to go. We're still waiting for 2 wedges of cheese, and 2 members, in which case, are injured. They're yet to get some progress on those 2 wedges. So I'm a little bit worried. There comes the swipe in once again, and 12 seconds, in which case they have to go for the rescue. Probably not going to be feasible, though. They're 2 way far off on the map, and that's going to be another sayonara to one of these mites. They were able to prolong it for just a little bit, but just buying a little bit of time. 4 wedges of cheese pushed through. Definitely some good progress coming in from the mice of behind. Get 1 more, and I think that should give them even better footing in the second round.
All right. So again, Detective Jerry on his way for that final wedge of cheese right there to throw to Kyle. But again, they need at least to force the escape phase just so they could even out or actually putting up the scores against VQ. But VQ here doing a pretty good job with using the lightning, and this is a slower pace in comparison with the round number 1 that team behind had earlier. So again, because his health being depleted right here, it kind of forces him to stay and take a bunch of those cake right there. But with that time delayed, it just gave an opportunity for our mice to disperse and eventually get a set of cheese in it.
Yeah, they really want to get this push in here, but oh, beautiful transition coming in from Kel. But moment of crowd control will hold him down, so that gives them a little bit more time to work on that chase. Taking a bit of a while though, so behind working very hard at it. I mean, at this point, not gonna lie, 2 mice remaining, gonna be hard to get that crack. Least you want to do is try to get that last wedge of cheese.
And that is what Detective Jerry is doing here. And meanwhile, I kind of want to commend Devil Tuffy for this amazing kiting prowess that he's doing right now, buying a lot of time for Detective Jerry to push this final wedge of cheese. Although he was captured in the process with 16 seconds on the clock, I think that's enough to force the escape phase with the current location of Kyle. There is some sort of distance right now.
Yep.
Even though that Kyle was able to dispatch 3 mice, the fact that team behind was able to push the complete wedges of cheese, I think it's still around for team behind.
Yeah, we'll check out those points a little later on, but as we check out the point build up here, definitely very well played. Kudos to Kyle as well, by the way, bringing the lightning pink in this round too. I think it was definitely, I wouldn't say a risk. I would say it was definitely called for, and because it helped accelerate the pace of the game. Fortunately, it wasn't able to go full throttle since BankQ, or rather behind, was able to push out all those wedges of cheese, and there you have it. At the end of the day, it will be behind. No need for a round 3. That will proceed as our second contender for the finals. No surprises right there, and that's our top 2, Joyful and Behind. That'll duke it out for the champion title of Top Clans 2020, Tom and Jerry Chase.
Yes, and this is the moment that we've been waiting for, other than the finals, guys. This is what we've been talking about earlier, the very special lucky draw, and we will be in it just a bit. But guys, for you to enjoy all of these prizes in store, this game, Tom and Jerry Chase, is available to download at the App Store and Google Play. So we have the lucky draws that we've been having all throughout the tournament. We have the gift codes giveaway for you guys. So if you not really lucky in your prediction games or your guessing games, you have that immediate option as well. We will be showing you later on the instructions on how to redeem those said codes, but this time really reserved for this final day, the very super awesome lucky draw, and we will be hosting that with very interesting guests as well. So you guys, you tune into that, and you spam that heart react on that stream and into our comment section. You guys have a chance to win a lot of prizes that could really be good and in store for you.
Yeah, be sure to take advantage of it, guys. It's the last day, as I said. Save the best for last. Some big prizes coming your way for all you Tom and Jerry Chase players. And as Sarah said, if you haven't downloaded the game yet, if you like what you see what you like, especially from the players that we've seen, especially from our MVP here, who is Belle, with some top-notch performances, I would say, as this cat in the tournament, be sure to download the game. And who knows, if it's your first day playing and then all of a sudden you get some pretty nifty prizes from the lucky draw later, then take it. Take
it, or else I'll take it. Oh, I'm kidding. But you know what, guys, this is the good opportunity for you, because as cartoony and childhood this game is, you are seeing the complexity of the game, and you guys also have the chance to play in this scene professionally. Maybe we'll get to see some very interesting players coming from you guys. But you know what? We have this thing called the standard lucky draw that we've been having all throughout the days, and this is the appropriate instructions for all of you.
Yeah. And with that, guys, this has been our final semifinals match of the day. When we come back, at least for me and Ciora, we'll be doing the grand finals cast to determine who between, once again, Joyful and Behind will be our champion. But before that, we will be transitioning to what probably a lot of you viewers have been waiting for, which is going to be our big grand draw for today. And that, of course, all for you guys. If you weren't able to get big on the prizes, at least you have the code. So, in which case, we will be chilling for now and showing you the highlights. We've been casters. I'm Articuno. This is Sierra. This is Top Clans 2020. Tom and Jerry Chase. We'll see you guys for the finals. But for now, enjoy the giveaways up ahead.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 with the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
สวัสดีครับทุกคนผมเคียวนะครับเป็นสตรีมเมอร์แล้วก็เป็นหนึ่งในนักแข่งที่ลงในทัวร์นี้ด้วยนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมแอร์กินะครับจากแอร์กิ Channel นะก็วันนี้จะมาร่วมแจกของรางวัลคู่กับพี่เกียวนะครับแหมเมื่อกี้บอกแข่งกันดุเดือดมากจริงๆ
ใช่แล้วตอนแรกก็ไม่คิดหรอกว่าจะต้องมาขึ้นรายการอย่างนี้นะคือแบบนะเซอร์ไพรส์มากๆนะครับก็นะครับสองเราเนี่ยจะมารับหน้าที่หาผู้โชคดีนะครับในการสุ่มรับของรางวัลจากทัวร์นี้นั่นเองนะครับมูลค่าเยอะมากๆเลยนะครับ
มีหลายปริมาณด้วยมีจำนวนเยอะมากครับผมรอลุ้นเลยนะตอนนี้
ใช่แล้วเป็นยังไงกันบ้างครับทัวร์นี้รู้สึกแบบว่าไหมสนุกไหมลุ้นไหมคือผมแข่งเองผมลุ้นมากเลยฮะ
นี่ผมลุ้นแทนเลยเนี่ยเกมเมื่อกี้ยังตึงตาใจอยู่เลยแมวส้มพี่เกียว
ใช่นี่เฮ้ยนี่คือแบบว่าจบเกมเมื่อกี้นี่คือก็มาขึ้นเลยนะเนี่ยเอาเป็นว่านะครับเชียร์ทีมไหนก็นะครับนะตอนนี้ก็เข้าสู่รอบไฟนอลแล้วเหลืออีก2ทีมสุดท้ายนะครับนะฮะแล้วก็นะเดี๋ยวผมจะอธิบายกฎกติกาในการรับของรางวัลนะครับง่ายๆเลยนะครับทุกคนก็มีสิทธิ์ได้นะฮะเพียงแค่ทุกคนนะครับในช่องแชทนะครับทายว่าทีมใดจะเป็นผู้ชนะนะครับทีมใดจะได้รับแชมเปี้ยนไป
2ทีมนะครับก็คือทีม Joyful และ Behind นะครับก็ใครคิดว่าทีมไหนน่าจะเป็นทีมที่ชนะก็พิมพ์ชื่อทีมเลยแล้วก็อย่าลืมใส่เลข ID ในเกมด้วยนะครับเพื่อแบบลุ้นรับของรางวัลนะเพราะว่าทีมงานเขาจะรอแบบว่าสุ่มผู้โชคดีจากการที่เราคอมเมนต์ตรงนี้นะครับ
ง่ายนิดเดียวครับเดี๋ยวจะมีกฎกติกาขึ้นตรงหน้าจอนะครับเดี๋ยวรอสักครู่นะครับแต่ว่านะว่าแต่แอร์เชียร์ทีมไหนเหรอ
โอ้ผมเหรอทีมพี่เกียวก็ตกรอบแล้วนะอีก2ทีมผู้ชมเขาลุ้นกันแล้วกันตอนนี้ผมเชียร์ทีมนักพากย์เห็นนักพากย์แบบพากย์กันแบบมันมากเลยเมื่อกี้มีแบบช็อตแบบว่าเรือยาวเลยนะไม่รู้ว่าพี่เกียวมีโอกาสได้ฟังหรือเปล่าหรือแบบเขาพากย์แบบว่า
ฟังเลยฮะ
ก็พากย์เรือยาวสุดยอดมาก
นี่นะครับโอเคครับกติกาของการสุ่มครั้งแรกนะครับจะเป็นการสุ่มหาผู้ชนะจำนวน30คนด้วยกันนะครับของรางวัลจะมีมูลค่า10เหรียญ US ดอลลาร์นะครับก็จะเป็นกิฟต์แบ็กส่งให้ในเกมนะครับในนั้นก็จะมีของแบบว่าพวกไม่ว่าจะเป็นน้ำยาสุ่มการ์ดหรือว่าอะไรพวกนี้นะครับ
มูลค่า30รางวัลไม่น้อยเลยนะครับก็จะลืมนะครับพิมพ์ชื่อทีมแล้วก็ชื่อ ID ในเกมนะครับผม ID ตัวละครของเรานะ
ใช่ครับผมก็ทีมเลยอย่างเช่นทีมเชียร์ทีมนักพากย์ก็พิมพ์เขาว่าทีมนักพากย์แล้วก็ตัวเลข ID ตัวเองเลยฮะไม่ต้องเอาชื่อตัวเองมานะ
เดี๋ยวนะใส่ชื่อทีมนักพากย์เขาจะให้หรือเปล่า
ส่วนตัวผมเชียร์ทีมนักพากย์ครับผมคิดว่าผมค่อนข้างเห็นว่านักพากย์ทำงานกันหนักมากนะครับ
ใช่ครับ
ผมคิดว่าหลายๆคนคิดเหมือนผมเหมือนกันนะฮะ
แต่ถ้าใครมีทีมในใจก็ใส่ชื่อทีมแล้วก็แบบเลข ID เลยนะครับผมเพื่อลุ้นรับของรางวัล
ใช่แล้วโชคดีนะครับทุกคนก็แล้วก็ทีมงานจะติดต่อภายใน7วันนะครับเพื่อที่จะส่งของรางวัลให้นะให้เวลาเขานิดนึงนะครับเขาจะประกาศรางวัลตอนไหนผมคาดว่าน่าจะประกาศหลังจากรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะครับเขาน่าจะพิมพ์ในคอมเมนต์แหละนะฮะแล้วยังไงก็เดี๋ยวทีมงานเขาจะพิมพ์
ติดตามให้จบสตรีมนะครับผมก็น่าจะทราบกันภายในสตรีมนี้นะครับตอนนี้ก็มีเวลานับเขาดาวถอยหลังอยู่นะเพราะงั้นก็รีบพิมพ์นะครับผมก่อนที่จะบอกว่าเสียโอกาสตรงนี้ไปนะนี่คือรางวัลเล็กนะครับเดี๋ยวยังมีอีกหลายรางวัลนะ
เดี๋ยวใช่เดี๋ยวเรายังไม่ต้องรีบพิมพ์ก็ได้นะครับเดี๋ยวค่อยๆพิมพ์จะรอเอาเป็นว่าพิมพ์ระหว่างที่หน้าจอเราอยู่ตรงเนี้ยพิมพ์แล้วก่อนที่เราจะลง
ใช่อันนี้คือรู้สึกว่าจะได้คนละ1สิทธิ์ใช่ไหม
พิมพ์คนละ1สิทธิ์อย่าสแปมนะครับ รักเดียวใจเดียวนะเลือกทีมไหนเชียร์ทีมเดียวนะฮะ
อย่าสแป
ห้าม มหลาย
นะ
ใจนะใช่ผมเชียร์ทีมนักพากย์ครับ
ทีมนักพากย์เขาแบบว่าทำกันบ้านมาหนักกันมากอะแบบว่า
ใช่
พากย์กัน
ใช่
แบ
ครับ บ
ข้อมูลแน่นจริงครับนี่ขนาดผมแบบว่าห่างหายจากเกมนี้ไปนานผมกลับมาดูรู้เรื่องเลยนะ
นี่ครับจริงๆแล้วพวกเราก็เล่นเกมแนวนี้มาก่อนบ้างแล้วนะครับเป็นเกมแบบว่าแนวนี้เลยแนวแบบว่าเป็นผู้ล่าไล่จับผู้เอาตัวรอดประมาณนี้ครับ
แนวแบบว่าลักล่ากับเอาชีวิตรอดอะไรอย่างนี้
ใช่ผมก็รู้สึกว่าเกมนี้นะครับการเจริญเติบโตของเกมแนวเนี้ยมันก็ค่อนข้างสูงขึ้นเยอะเลยนะครับตอนนี้หวังว่าทุกคนจะ enjoy เกมนี้เช่นกันนะครับแล้วก็นะครับ
ผม
ที่
ต้อง
สำ
บอ
คั
ก
ญ
เลยนะ
นะครับ
ที่สำคัญคืออะไรนะครับพี่เกล
ที่สำคัญนะครับถ้าอยากให้คอมมูนิตี้นี้โตขึ้นนะครับถ้าอยากให้เกมนี้ยิ่งใหญ่กว่านี้อีกนะครับอยากให้มีทัวร์อย่างนี้มาอีกอย่าลืมช่วยกันกดไลค์กดแชร์นะครับแชร์กระจายไปครับชวนเพื่อนมาเล่นด้วยกันก็ได้นะครับ
ช่วยกันทำให้แบบว่าคอมมูนิตี้เกมนะบอกไปได้ไกลนะครับไม่ว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยมันครั้งนี้อาจจะแบบว่าใหญ่แล้วนะฮะครั้งต่อไปอาจจะใหญ่ขึ้นอีกก็ได้นะฮะถ้าเกิดเราทำให้แบบว่าการแข่งเนี่ยมันได้รับความนิยมอะไรอย่างนี้ครับผมช่วยกัน
ใช่ครับลองคิดดูนะเพิ่งออกมาไม่กี่เดือนเองของเงินรางวัลเท่านี้แล้วถ้าแบบ1 ปีหลังจากนี้จะเป็นไง
เยอะมากเลยนะนี่ต้องบอกเลยว่าแบบในบรรดาเกมแนวนะเกมแนวไล่ล่าต้องบอกว่าเกมนี้เป็นเกมที่แบบเงินรางวัลสูงที่สุดเลยนะเงินรางวัลสูงสุดมากเลยมากๆเกมที่ผ่านมานี่แบบไม่ได้มีเงินรางวัลขนาดนี้เพราะงั้นอนาคตผมว่าแบบน่าจะแบบยิ่งใหญ่กว่านี้แน่นอน
ครับผมก็ถ้าใครผู้ชมท่านใดที่เห็นแล้วแบบอยากจะแข่งบ้างอยากจะหาทีมมาลงบ้างอะไรเงี้ยผมencourage ครับผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับว่าทุกคนทำได้ครับอยู่ที่การฝึกซ้อมนะฮะทำได้แน่นอน
ซ้อมหนักไหมพี่เกียวของพี่เกียวนี่แบบดู
พี่เป็นแค่ตัวสำรองพี่เป็นตัวสำรองพี่ไม่ใช่ตัวจริง
ขนาดตัวสำรองยังทำได้ดีขนาดนี้เนี่ยเป็นตัวจริงเนี่ยผมว่าแบบ
พี่เป็นคนสำรองนะพี่ไม่ใช่ที่1ครับใช่นะครับก็นะครับถ้าใครสนใจทัวร์หน้าก็ติดตามไว้นะติดตามเพจไว้ติดตามการแข่งขันไว้นะครับติดตามเพจคอมมูนิตี้ไว้ด้วยนะครับก็จะได้รับข่าวสารกันแน่นอนนะฮะว่าแต่ว่าแอร์ก็เคยเล่นเกมนี้นี่นาเคยสตรีมด้วยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับผมก็แบบสตรีมบ่อยอยู่ช่วงแรกๆไงการแข่งครั้งแรกเราก็เคยแข่งด้วยกันนะครับพี่เกล
ใช่เราเคยเป็นมีใครอยู่สมัยทีมนี่บ้างทีม NG บ้างทีมเรา2คนนะก็เราเคยร่วมทีมกันมานะครับแต่ว่าแข่งเหมือนกับว่าชนกับแข่งอีกเกมหนึ่งไปนะครับก็เลยไม่ได้มาร่วมการแข่งขันครั้งนี้
ก็จริงๆก็โดนเชิญมาแข่งจริงๆก็ไม่ได้แบบตั้งใจจะมาแข่งหรอกไปมาก็แบบต้องมาแข่งเฉยเลยแล้วเราก็อยู่ในรอบท้ายๆด้วยนะไม่รู้ว่าเพื่อนๆจะจำเราได้กันหรือเปล่าแต่ก็ห่างกันไปสักพักแล้ว
ครับผมนะครับอย่าลืมนะครับเอาเป็นว่าถ้าใครเชียร์ทีมไหนก็นะครับอย่าลืมพิมพ์ในคอมเมนต์นะ1 คน 1 สิทธิ์นะครับห้ามไหลใจนะฮะ
ครับผม
ไหลใจ
มาแล้วพี่เกียวรางวัลที่2ไปถึงแบบรอบ2แล้วครับผมอันนี้จะเป็นรางวัลที่แบบว่าคราวนี้$25เลยนะครับมีทั้งหมด5รางวัลกติกานี่คือเหมือนเดิมเลยใช่ไหมครับพี่เกียว
ใช่เหมือนเดิมเลยครับอันนี้คือเขาจะสุ่มผู้โชคดี5 คนเหมือนที่ไอกิพูดเมื่อกี้
ครับผม
$25 US ดอลลาร์ก็เกือบพันอยู่นะผมว่าก็น่าจะเติมได้เยอะอยู่นะน่าจะแบบว่าเป็นของรางวัลมาทำให้น่าจะมีการ์ดดีๆบ้างแล้วล่ะนะฮะ
สำหรับพี่เกลนี่1,000นี่มันสามารถช่วยให้เราแบบว่าได้การ์ดดีๆเพื่อช่วยในการเล่นเกม
ก็ช่วยนะครับอย่างเช่นผมเป็นคนเล่นแมวไงผมคาดว่าหลายๆคนก็น่าจะเห็นด้วยนะครับว่าถ้าแมวเนี่ยมีการ์ดหนึ่งที่แบบเดินเจ็บกับดักตัวเองไม่เป็นไรเนี่ยจะทำให้เล่นง่ายขึ้นเยอะเลยใช่ไหม
อย่ารอบคอบใช่ไหม
ใช่การ์ดนั้นแหละฮะคือถ้ามีการ์ด
ที่ผมเห็นแบบในการแข่งขันครั้งนั้นคือแบบหลายๆคนนี่คือใส่กันแบบแทบจะทุกแมวเลยนะเพราะว่าแบบเดินผ่านเศษแก้วเดินผ่านกับดักกันไม่กลัวแล้วมีแบบเดินผ่านหมาเลยนะเป็นเพื่อนกับสุนัขใช่ไหมแต่ก็เห็นแบบบางคนก็ไม่ได้ใช้นะบางคนก็ไม่ได้ใช้
ครับก็เกมนี้ก็หลากหลายนะครับแต่ว่าผมไม่ค่อยเล่นหนูเท่าไหร่นะว่าแต่ว่าแอร์เล่นหนูบ่อยกว่ามีหนูตัวที่แอร์ชอบมากที่สุดคืออะไรเหรอ
จริงๆแล้วผมชอบหนูโจรสลัดนะแต่ว่าตอนที่ผมแข่งผมแบบได้รับตำแหน่งเป็นตัวช่วยเพราะว่าผมมีการ์ดอยู่คนเดียว เป็นการ์ดที่แบบว่าดึงแล้วติดแบบว่าติดโล่ผมก็จำชื่อการ์ดไม่ได้นะมันคือชื่ออะไรนะที่ดึงแล้วติดโล่อมตะนะครับมีทั้ง2 อันเลยรู้สึกว่าจะกล้าหาญกับเสียสละใส่2 ใบเลยนะครับคือมีทั้ง2 ใบก็ต้องเลือกใส่ตามสถานการณ์นะครับก็ได้รับตำแหน่งตัวช่วยเพื่อนเพราะว่าแบบเรามีการเยอะเราเติมเยอะไง ก็รู้สึกว่าสำคัญถ้าเกิดเราแบบว่าเราไม่มีการในเวลาเข้าไปช่วยพี่ก็อีจรวดนะครับมันก็จะทำให้แบบว่าโอกาสพลาดสูงเพราะงั้นการช่วยเนี่ยค่อนข้างสำคัญนะครับที่จำเป็นจะต้องมีการ
ครับแต่ว่ารางวัลยังไม่จบแค่นี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราจะมามีการdraw อีกรอบหนึ่งนะซึ่งเป็นรางวัลใหญ่นะครับมูลค่าเดี๋ยวผมยังไม่บอกแล้วกันรอให้ขึ้นหน้าจออีกรอบหนึ่งก่อนนะฮะแต่คอนมูลค่าสูงแน่นอนนะฮะ
รอตามเลยครับตอนนี้ก็อย่าลืมนะครับผมก็ทำตามเงื่อนไขนะครับก็คือพิมพ์คิดชื่อทีมนะฮะที่คิดว่าจะเป็นแชมป์แล้วก็อย่าลืมใส่เลข ID ให้ถูกต้องกันนะครับทีมงานก็จะได้ทำการ
ใช่แล้ว
แล้วก็
อย่าสแปมนะ
ภายใน7 วันนะ
ใช่นะครับอย่าสปามนะครับทีมงานจะได้ทำงานได้ง่ายๆนะครับส่วนตัวผมเนี่ยผมคิดว่าการแข่งครั้งนี้แบบว่ารวมทีมหลายทีมมากเลยครับแต่ส่วนมากที่ผมเห็นนะมีทีมคนไทยเข้าร่วมเยอะมากครับคือผมไม่คิดว่าทีมไทยจะเข้าเยอะขนาดนี้นะครับก็เอาเป็นว่านะครับให้กำลังใจกับทั้ง2ทีมด้วยนะครับในการแข่งขันรอบชิงชนะเลิศนะฮะเอาให้เต็มที่นะเดี๋ยวผมจะนั่งดูอยู่เบื้องหลังละกันนะฮะในเมื่อทีมผมไม่สามารถเข้าไปได้
หรือเปล่าตัวนี้ในรอบการบ้านจะแบบเก็บไว้ใช้แบบเก็บข้อมูลมาใช้ครั้งหน้าอะไรเงี้ยว่าแบบเขาเล่น
อย่าไปบอกเขาสิอย่าไปบอกเขาสิ
แต่ว่าเขาวหน้าก็คงแบบต้องเปลี่ยนเมตากันบ้างแล้วใช่ไหมเพราะผมเห็นว่าแบบจริงๆแล้วแบบ
ใช่
ตัวละครมีเยอะกว่านี้ แต่ว่าในการแข่งทางงานคือเขาแบบกำหนดให้ใช้แค่แบบตัวละครแค่แบบตัวเก่าๆใช่ไหม
ใช่เพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วตอนเนี้ยแพทปัจจุบันนะเซิร์ฟเวอร์ C นะครับเซิร์ฟเวอร์ global นะมีแมวน้ำหอมออกมาแล้ว แต่ว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งเนี้ยเขายังไม่เอาเข้ามาก่อนแบบว่าเรียกได้ว่าเป็นการแข่งขันแบบว่าคลาสสิกเลยนะฮะผมคาดว่านะการแข่งขันครั้งต่อไปนะมีแมวเลือกหลากหลายมากแน่นอนนะฮะไม่เหมือนอย่างนี้แน่นอนนะฮะ
คือแบบมันใช้แบบเดิมไม่ได้แล้วแน่นอน เพราะว่ามันตัวละคร
ใช่ครับ
เยอะขึ้นแบบทุกอย่างก็ต้องแบบปรับใหม่หมดเลยว่าเราจะเลือกแบรนด์ตัวนั้นตัวนี้ยังไงแล้วก็แบบจะแก้ทางยังไงนี่ผมว่ายาก
ถูกต้อง
ต้องไป
นะ
ทำกันบ้านกันเยอะๆเลยนะครับผมสำหรับนักแข่งทั้งหลาย
ผมจะแอบมาสปอยนะฮะว่าให้จับตามองแมวอัศวินให้ดีนะครับทอมอัศวินนะฮะรับรองนะฮะกลับมาทีนี่แบบเมตาเปลี่ยนแน่นอน
มีแล้วฝั่งหนูนี่มีแบบตัวไหนแบบน่าจับตามองไหมครับพี่เกียว
ตอนนี้เหรอครับตอนนี้ผมคิดว่าตอนที่ผมเห็นได้เจอบ่อยที่สุดนะครับมีหนูนักสืบนะฮะเจอทุกเกมเลยเงี้ยหนูนักสืบนะทัฟฟี่กระบี่อะไรอีกนะ
ก็ยังเป็น
โร
ตัว
บิน
เก่า
ฮูด
ๆ
นี่
อยู่ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับก็ยังมีตัวเก่าๆอยู่ครับ ก็นักมายากลก็นะยังติดอยู่ตลอดกาลนะฮะ คือผมส่วนตัวผมก็ไปดูทัวร์จีนเขาแข่งด้วยไงเขาก็ยังแบบว่าคีปเมตาประมาณนี้อยู่นะแต่ว่าไม่ได้เปลี่ยนเขาก็เปลี่ยนไปเลย
เราหนูอะไรอย่างงี้ก็ยังใช้แบบตัวละครที่แบบมีอยู่ในตอนนี้ได้ ส่วนแมวนี่ก็จะมีแบบเมตาเพิ่มขึ้นมาทำให้แบบหนูเล่นยากขึ้น เพราะว่าหนูแบบเราก็เวลาจะแบนตัวละครเนี่ยมันก็แบบแบนได้ไม่กี่ตัวแต่ว่าแมวเนี่ยมีตัวเลือกเพิ่มขึ้นมันก็จะยากส่วนหนูเนี่ยเมตาตัวแบบมันก็มีเหมือนเดิมใช่ไหมโรเบนฮูดนักสืบมีนักพยากรณ์แมวก็เลือกแบนแบบเดิมๆ หนูก็จะเล่นยากขึ้นมาอีกผมว่าสำหรับหนูนี่ต้องแบบทำกันบ้านเยอะๆเลยนะ
ครับทุกคนเห็นว่าทัวร์นี้สนุกกันแล้วใช่ไหมมันแล้วใช่ไหมผมมั่นใจนะว่าทัวร์หน้าน่าจะหนักหน่วงยิ่งกว่านี้อีกนะมาแล้วครับผม
รางวัลใหญ่นะครับพี่เกียว
รางวัลใหญ่นะครับ จะสุ่มหาผู้โชคดี1คนนะครับที่คอมเมนต์เนี่ยแหละฮะแล้วก็จะได้ของในเกมมูลค่า140 เหรียญ US ดอลลาร์นะครับ
โอ้โห 140 เหรียญนี่ประมาณ 4,000 กว่าบาทเลยนะ
ใช่ไหมใช่4,500 บาท 4,500 บาท
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โห
ถ้า
เยอะ
เกิด
มาก
เรา
เลยนะครับ
เป็นมูลค่าในเกมนี้ของที่แพงที่สุดในเกมนี่พี่เกียวคิดว่าเป็นอะไรครับ
ผมคิดว่าเป็นแพ็ครายเดือนนะเป็นแพ็ครายเดือน
แพ็ครายเดือน
ซึ่ง
ใช่ไหมที่แบบได้คิตตันเหลืองเยอะๆ เอาไปเปิดหาเปิร์ก
ใช่
กัน
ใช่แต่ผมว่ารางวัลที่เขาให้เนี่ยน่าจะเป็นแบบว่าเป็นกิฟต์แบ็กให้นะครับภายในนั้นก็จะมีของให้แต่ว่ามั่นใจแน่นอนครับว่ามีการ์ดทองให้แน่นอน อย่างน้อย2 ใบอะผมมั่นใจฮะ
เอาแล้วครับใครที่ได้แบบแพ็คนี้ไปนี่ต้องแบบมาแล้วฮะการ์ดทองการันตีการ์ดทองแน่นอน
ต้องถ่ายถูกด้วยนะว่าใครชนะนะครับพิมพ์ได้แค่คนละรอบเลยนะอย่าสแปมนะครับห้ามสแปมนะ
วันนี้ได้เพียงแค่คนเดียวเท่านั้นนะเนี่ย
ผมบอกเลยนะจากที่ผมดูนะฮะโอกาสชนะไม่ยากครับโอกาสที่จะได้รับรางวัลไม่ยากเพราะฉะนั้นพิมพ์กันด้วยนะฮะรักใครชอบใครก็นะพิมพ์ได้เลย
อย่าลืมเชียร์ทีมนักพากย์นะนักพากย์เขาแบบว่าเหนื่อยกันมากๆเลยนะครับผมเห็นอยู่ แบบว่าทำกันบ้านกันหนักมากเลยเพื่อแบบการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะครับ
ใช่ว่าแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวนี้แอร์ยังเล่นอยู่หรือเปล่าทอมแอนเจอรี่
ล่าสุดที่ผมเข้าไปเล่นก็คือแบบตอนที่มีแมวขาวแมวที่เป็นแบบใช้น้ำหอมผมก็เข้าไปเล่นนิดนึงก็
คิดยังไงบ้างกับแมวขาว
ผมรู้สึกว่าแบบค่อนข้างแบบตัวละครค่อนข้างน่ากลัวนะผมไม่รู้ว่าจะเป็นเมตาหรือเปล่านะสำหรับแมวขาวนะเห็นแบบในคอมมูนิตี้เขาจะบอกกันว่าแมวตัวนี้แบบเจอทุกรอบเลยแบบว่าสู้ไม่ได้ เพราะแบบ ยังไงอ่ะคือแบบอยู่ในน้ำหอมก็แบบติดสโล
อืม
โดนจุ๊บก็แบบว่าเลือดไหลวิ่งแล้วก็ล้มทำยังไงไม่ได้เลย ก็ต้องรอดู
ใช่
นะว่าแบบการแข่งขันครั้งหน้าเนี่ยจะมีแบบแมวตัวนี้แบบหลุดมาหรือเปล่า
ใช่แล้วใช่แล้วนะเสียดายนะครับตอนแรกผมไม่คิดว่าทัวร์เนี่ยสามารถเอาแมวน้ำหอมมาเล่นได้ คาดว่าน่าจะเล่นกันทุกตาเลยครับแบรนด์แทนทอมกันเลยทีเดียว
แสดงว่าตัวนี้แบบของจริงใช่ไหม
หลายคนน่าจะในช่องแชทน่าจะเห็นด้วยกับผมนะฮะแมวน้ำหอมเนี่ยรู้กันดีใช่ไหมพวกเรา
สำหรับผมนะครับ
รู้กันดี
ผมเป็นแมวผมก็รู้สึกว่าแมวที่แบบโกงมากๆที่แบบติดเมตาเลยก็คือแมวทอมเพราะว่าเป็นตัวละครตัวเดียวเลยที่แบบเมื่อจับหนูจะแบบมีบาเรียทำให้แบบการันตีแน่นอนว่าแบบตัวนี้แบบโดนนั่งเก้าอี้แน่ๆโดนแบบจับผูกจรวดแน่นอน
ใช่
ต่อให้เราจะ
ครับ
ถือไอเทมมายังไงเราก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้
ใช่แล้วนะครับ ก็นะครับอย่าลืมนะครับ ยังไม่สายเกินไปนะที่จะทายชื่อผู้ชนะนะครับ ต้องทายถูกด้วยนะ ระหว่างทีม behind กับทีมอะไรนะ
joyful
ใช่แล้
นะครับ
ว
ตอนนี้มีสองทีมนะที่กำลังต้องตัดสินแล้วนะครับ ว่าทีมไหนจะเป็นแชมป์ของทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้นะครับ
ใช่ใครจะได้รับ
เราถูกก็ลุ้นรับ
ไป
รางวัล
นะฮะ
เลย
300,000 บาทเลยนะที่หนึ่งอ่ะ
โหขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
ใช่
อย่าง
ใช่
ทีมของที่ลงแข่งในวันนี้ ก็เขาเรียกว่ารอบเซมิไฟนอลใช่ไหมฮะ
ใช่ครับตอน
ก็
ต่อ
ได้
ไปจะเป็นรอบ
ขั้นต่ำไหม
แกรนด์ไฟนอลแล้วครับ
ถือว่าเป็นรางวัลที่แบบเยอะมาก
ก็นะครับอย่าลืมนะครับทุกคนก็ถ้าชอบการแข่งขันครั้งนี้หรือว่าถ้าชอบอะไรที่แบบว่ามีเงินรางวัลอย่างเงี้ยแล้วแบบการแข่งขันดูเดือดอย่างเงี้ยนะครับอย่าลืมติดตามเพจด้วยนะครับแล้วก็นะช่วยกันไลค์ช่วยกันแชร์นะครับแล้วก็ช่วยอยากให้ทุกคนนะครับช่วยกันสร้างคอมมูนิตี้ที่เฟรนลี่และอบอุ่นสำหรับทุกคนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นผู้เล่นโปรเพลเยอร์หรือว่าผู้เล่นใหม่นะครับอยากให้ทุกคน
ใช่ครับ
ช่วยกันสารแล้วก็อุ้มพาเกมนี้ให้ไปได้ไกลนะครับ
ใช่ครับเพราะคอมมูนิตี้นี่สำคัญมากเลยนะครับที่จะ
ใช่
ทำให้เกมนะแบบเติบโตถ้าเกมแบบว่ามีคอมมูนิตี้ที่แบบว่าแบบดีๆแล้วเติบโตไปด้วยกันอ่ะก็จะมีการสนับสนุนจัดแบบการจัดทัวร์มีเงินรางวัลอะไรมากมาย และเกมก็จะแบบไปได้ไกลนะครับมันก็จะทำให้แบบว่าเราอยู่กับเกมนี้ได้นานๆนะครับ
ใช่แล้วนะครับพลังอยู่ในมือของทุกคนนะครับ ทุกคนมีพลังนะครับในการทำให้เกมนี้ดังยิ่งกว่านี้เองนะครับ
ใช่ครับ
นะผมว่าทุกคน
รอ
จะ
ดูอยู่
สนุก
นะ
ไหมค
ว่า
รับ
แบบ
ผมก็เล่นเกมนี้มาสักพักเหมือนกันก็นะเล่นอยู่บ่อยๆนะฮะแล้วก็ชอบมากด้วย
ผมตามพี่เกียวอยู่นะ ผมดูว่าพี่เกียวเล่นเมลดูเดือดมากเลยนะ
จริงหรือเปล่า
เนี่ยแอบถ่ายนะใครที่แบบอยากแบบไปดูแบบเมลของเกียวนะก็ไปดูได้ที่เพจพี่เกียวพีเคเล่นแบบ
ขายอย่างนี้เล
เล่
ย
น
อะ
สนุกมาก
ครับผมโอเคครับก็นะครับฝากเกมนี้ไว้ในอ้อมกอดทุกคนด้วยนะครับ
ครับผมนี่ก็ใกล้จะหมดช่วงเวลาการแจกของรางวัลแล้วครับอย่าลืมนะครับผมตอนนี้ถ้าหมดช่วงเวลาเขาดาวน์นี้ก็คือแบบว่าใครพิมพ์มาหลังจากนี้ก็หมดสิท
ค
ธิ์
รับถ้าอย่างนั้นเดี๋ยวผมเคลกับอากิขอตัวก่อนแล้วกันนะครับ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับทุกคนสวัสดีครับแล้วเจอกันครับ
เจอกันครับ
Hello, everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 click the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. one of them might be yours.
Ooh,
And we
welcome
are
everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. You know what, Siora, I've been doing the intros for the semis, so I'm gonna give you the grand honor for this last.
All right. I mean, both of us are too hyped up today. So, yeah. Welcome back again, guys, to the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase Grand Final. So, guys, you have witnessed the super lucky draw that we just had earlier. And, you know, me and Articuno on the backside, just really waiting for this time to happen. And this is it. The battle between Joyful and Team Behind. These two top teams duked it out ever since group stages proved that they are worthy to be the finalists for today's invitationals. And look at this, Articuno. I can't believe it. It's easy as day. I mean, before we just started as group stages, and now we're on to the finals.
Exactly, and imagine that within the next over an hour or so, we'll be able to determine who our champion is gonna be. Is it gonna be Behind? Is it gonna be Joyful? Be sure to continue to show your support. Let's call them out one last time, Siora, because this is gonna be the last. DTG, DH, Nid, Jame, ML, Bell, and Nick representing Behind with all those super high unreachable, I will personally never reach ranks in Tom and Jerry Chase.
Indeed, and of course, they have the similar and fundamental picks up on their sleeves. And of course, one last time for Team Joyful, AOM, Virtu, Asta, Chris, Alcy, Alvin, and Envico for Team Joyful. And again, this is going to be the contenders of Team Behind. Both of our teams really stand out strong. Team Joyful had a little bit of a rough road during group stages, but, you know, was able to push their way in, their efforts not being wasted, and now it's going to be against Team Behind that we have seen, created some interesting plays up on their sleeves. So I'm just exciting for the pick and ban pace to just basically start.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. And let's talk about history for these teams a bit. But you know what? Nope. We're gonna hold off from that. We will go straight into pick and ban. Actually, Mouseketeer Tuffy will be taken off the board again. Just want to get rid of that pesky defense-ish that he has, like very pesky to take down. So don't want to deal with that if you're a Bell.
Yeah.
Consistent ban in each case.
True. And we did see that both Bell and DTG from Team Behind were very dominating. And in terms of momentum, both of them really kept it at a fast pace, making a statement that they are some cats that they have to consider as a threat with. But you know what, for the side of Team Joyful, they were very effective with their mice games, in terms of their cats. Okay, sure, it gave them at least a bit amount of dispatches here and there, but their mice, however, that is one of the factors that really work their way through. So it's interesting because both of these teams will start off our finals with the strongest sides that they have. And here we are, Articuno, with the patrolling phase.
Yeah, and going into this, we are going to be working with, the not so pleasant
part of the cruise ship, that is. The more industrial map, I would say.
Yes.
So, but yeah, nonetheless, it should be interesting. So they're already starting to set up, in which case, and I think all eyes will be on how Joyful is going to deal with this, because Joyful start didn't have the best start during their semifinals match. It was a fair start though. It wasn't like a dominating defeat. It was just a so-so start. So that said, will it be another so-so start for them, especially since they're going up against a very competent cat in the form of Bell here? And Bell has shown no signs of, not even just Bell, but the general roster behind has shown no signs of slowing down. So I think this is going to be the true test for Joyful here as we
True,
head on
and-
to the dispatch phase.
Yeah, and again, still similar kit scenario for Bell here, just throwing all of the items that could potentially hinder him out whenever the chase is on. So again, buffing himself up here, and the locations of the mice are a bit far off, being into the top side of our map. Very understandable since there is a wedge of cheese in the vicinity there, but him being invisible into the very start of the game again adds all the more the element of surprise here. And Bell, being known as one of the fast-paced cat that we have, it's like a bonus basically if he has this certain invisibility up on his sleeve. And speaking, looks like in a moment they will be crossing their paths. I think he already has an idea to where they are, because into this patrolling phase though, I did notice that he did come from the captain's quarters and just down below the deck area, so he wasn't able to really scout around all of the areas. But you know what, I think that is what the mouse or the mice is going to do for him, because this is already onto the chase with okay, at least less than a minute has already passed by, and already doing some good damage to classic Jerry right here, just really transitioning himself off to the stairs area from the deck and off to the swap, and snipes he goes right here, and that just makes it a very easy catch for him. And you know what, golf ball's gonna be thrown all over, a lot of them here very committed onto the stairs of this deck area, and again the save won't be connecting anytime soon, so this leaves Bell good opportunity to go for multiple chases.
Right, and so far so good. 2 minutes into the game, already has your first dispatch, but of course for the side of Joyful, gonna go for the very swift rescue on their teammate with one wedge of cheese already pushed out. Now, this should be a breather for Bell here, because looking at the positioning of the cheeses, they're not too far from each other, so it should be
Yeah.
fairly manageable, at least the one towards Captain Quarters and below.
So again, he's just really roaming around the deck and the captain's quarters, and yeah, you mentioned the wedges of cheese not really far off, so he has good coverage to just stay in one place and just basically place all the traps essential there, and to wait for the mouse to go into the area before before them actually pushing those wedges of cheese. But yeah, still with one wedge of cheese being pushed, there is a certain amount of work that Team Joyful has to work with. So Invisible, for the side of Chris right here, was injured though by that fly swatter, but I think Tom already knows this. It just so happens that he will be changing his target off to Asta right here, who has a gun that he may use in the later phases of the game. But again, earlier we did see that Classic Jerry was the one injured, so it's pretty interesting to see the quick change in targets of Bell right here.
Yeah, and it's taking a bit of time for Bell to commit for a mouse to just get dispatched here. Joyful has been on top of constantly go for this rescue. This is a great step up from Joyful in this case. It's very refreshing to see that they brought their A game going into this finals, knowing very well what is at stake. And just like that, these mice are just constantly collaborating together, but it will be another snatch.
And I think this is after the rocket share. Magician Jerry goes. Okay, he was frozen by the ice box, but they still have 25 seconds to work with in terms of us going for the save. But in the process, they were able to push one wedge of cheese, so at least that's like another point for them to gather. So golf ball is gonna be used, but nice patience coming in from Chris. Okay, the save is going to connect. Invisibility is gonna pop off, and let's see. Chris is already down, but you know what? The prioritization from this man is gonna happen here, as he will be taking Detective Jerry in replacement. And I think this is the first dispatch of this round right here. And you know what? He's not gonna stop there. He is already eyeing himself into Asta right here. That has been, multiple hindrance to him in terms of completely protecting Magician Jerry from earlier.
Yeah, and luckily for Bell, was able to get the first dispatch. And one thing I'd also like to highlight here is the fact that we're only 2 wedges of cheese in, and we're already past the 5-minute mark. So this is a bit worrisome for Joyful as well, with the prolonged time that they've been taking towards objectives. It hasn't necessarily been the best, and I think it is because they've been mostly collaborative to make sure that they try to minimize the numbers that they lose out on. But at the end of the day, it hasn't really been coming together for them.
Yeah, and look at that. He was being floated in to this area right here. The save is going to connect, but that is just it still works in the favor of Bell simply because he was dizzied and knocked down. And that is the second dispatch of this round, Articuno, with only 2 wedges of cheese in. The third one, okay, it was just pushed just now, but again, with only 2 remaining mice to work with right here, Joyful is in a shaky situation right now.
Exactly, and oh my gosh, this is it's a bit. It was a decent start for Joyful, I will say. Like, they were very committed towards keeping their complete numbers, but now they really have to push it. And I'm not just making that as a pun where they need to push cheese, but they really need to push it a bit further, because we're only with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and there's still 2 wedges of cheese that they need to push in, not to mention 2 members of their team that they've already lost out. It's gonna be tougher road ahead, that's for sure, as far as trying to get because at least at this point in time, for sure, they're not going to be reaping the best points in this half, but they want to at least try to get those cheese pushed in. Like we constantly say during the day, it's going to come down to the finer things, such as the number of wedges of cheese you can push in. And with only 3 wedges of cheese and this much time left, it's a precarious situation, Sierra.
True, and again, with these 2 cheese in a similar or in a nearby area, Bell has just a small coverage that he needs to guard right here. And look at that, was able to swat down with that fly swatter, and with this Magician Jerry already into the rocket chair. So this forces the remaining Classic Jerry, and I have to take note, Classic Jerry was placed into the rocket chair earlier, so damage inflicted upon him is just gonna make him a bit dizzy here. And this is the 4th catch, Articuno. I think this is a complete sweep coming in from Bell, and they already have the first half of our grand finals.
Behind is just not showing any signs of weakness. It's a complete wipeout, not to mention, at the end of the day, Joyful is only able to push for 3 wedges of cheese. So this is gonna bank some really big points for Behind towards the start of this round. And it's definitely one of the better positions you want to be in from the get-go. Very, very impressive. But then again, this is what we've been constantly saying about Behind. We keep on making the puns that they never really live up to their name by playing from behind. It's just forward from here on out. And that's a worrisome thing if you're Joyful. Now, Joyful needs to step up going into the second half. We don't want to repeat constantly again from quarterfinals to semifinals. Behind has always been dominant. Does Joyful want this to be a continuing trend for their opposition? They really have to pull it together if not.
True. So this is the part wherein they will be applying the switcheroos right here this time. Team Behind being the mice side, and for the side of Team Joyful, it's going to be them as the cat side. So they have to utilize the second half, actually evening out the scores for them if they want to force actually the 3rd round. Because if they let Team Behind gain some points for the second half of our round number 1, they will be forced to create or make a big ton of effort to catch up when round 2 comes, because this is already a trend that we've been seeing from behind, already starting dominating with the round 1. So it forces out the opposing team to work a really and place themselves in a very hefty spot. So this also enters the mental fortitude of the opposing team, because okay, we're a bit pressured right here. The team behind kind of created a statement and placed some pressure in against Team Joyful, but let's not discount Team Joyful, because we did mention they had a rough start during group stages, but the fact that they have the potential to make clutch games happen is something that we need to take into account as well, because yeah, sure, team behind had very dominating start, but if Team Joyful is going to work this out by them clutching the games, I mean, this could force ourselves into a third round.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have to agree with you, Ciora. Again, facts are facts. Behind is probably one of the best teams in this tournament right now, and you just got to keep your mental in a healthy state if you're their opponent. And for Joyful, I mean, true to their name, hopefully they maintain the joyfulness throughout and don't let anything prevent them from trying to give it their all, because the moment that you give into the pressure of them, and we could feel for them, because we've casted so many tournaments together. We've seen what players go through when they are under this really heavy pressure of the competition. And I think, especially when you're in Top Clans 2020, as the slogan goes, this is passion. You just want to enjoy your passion right here. Sure, it's a competition, but that's what gaming is, right? You just you live in the moment of the fun of being able to game, albeit with some heavy dollars on it.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, this is the opportunity for our players to enjoy and, really show off their skills that, oh, wait, we are also here too. We are present in the scene. And, Top Clans 2020 is just giving us that feels, and even though amidst the pandemic and everything that we have been through, the fact that they are able to make these tournaments possible, it means that, they really know how to highlight in amazing players that some never thought would be there in the scene.
Right. And you know what, Ciora? Let's go ahead into pick and ban for our second half. AOM, you have to remember, AOM had a phenomenal performance at the last moment where it really counted for Joyful. So hopefully this time around, AOM can bring it more consistently. I mean, you already got the warm-up earlier when you up against your opponent in the semifinals. So hopefully going into this finals, AOM just keeps it consistent.
Yes, and of course, we also have to take into consideration that AOM was the one who dished out the Topsy in the semifinals. So he has that card into play, but still, the risk is there. It's a double-edged sword, so he has to use that card very efficiently. But for now, we will be heading on to our round 1 second half between Team Joyful and Team Behind, with Joyful using the OG Tom and the others basically the essential picks in terms of mice.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I am trying to take a moment to breathe, because this is where the moment of truth for Joyful, I think, even more so. They have to rake up some better points, or at least if they can't completely, or rather if AOM can completely get the full dispatch right away, at least I don't know, it's since you're on cat side, I guess the best you can do is I think AOM is capable of going for the 3 dispatch. It's just really going to come down to whether or not AOM can slow down the progress on the cheese first things first.
I mean, the best bet that he has to do is to dispatch 3 of the mice with only 3 cheese pushed by Team Behind. But yeah, that is going to be on paper, but let's see if he is able to do that. But look at that, with the very start of our dispatch phase, he already captures Devil Jerry with the element of surprise, aided with the invisibility potion. So this is looking good for AOM, and this forces King Jerry to be lured out, throws the vase upon him, waves the magic wand. The save is gonna connect, but you know what? That's not really gonna deter him from catching Nid right here. But look at the fast wedge of cheese that was pushed already by our team behind here. So again, Devil Jerry is going to be the sacrificial mouse for now, as he is tied down into the rocket chair for the second time. So this, oh, but look at this. Second wedge of cheese pushed in less than a minute, Articuno. So they are making some progress here. They are making some work. So they have some time still to save Devil Jerry right here. But with the mouse traps in play, I think the best solution for this is to push one more wedge of cheese before completely going for the save. But I think that's not the case. The save is going to connect though. But he is able to spot out Jamie right here. And with him being dizzied out and knocked down, he is going to be the target this time around. But he was able to escape though when AOM was stunned. So this is the kiting session coming in from Jamie. But ooh, he was captured the moment I said it. So I guess I jinxed it as well. And off a chair he goes. And that is the first dispatch that we have for the second half.
Yeah, and good start in which case here for AOM. However, on the flip side, like you said, so our first minute in, and they already got the double wedge cheese push in. So that's pretty darn good. And there we go. We have another one. So it really goes to show how behind as much as possible never compensates for objective pushes here. And they're gonna have to respond to this though this time around. I mean, they have lesser numbers, and luckily, King Jerry still has quite a bit of a way to go. Are they going to utilize the pipe? That's another story. Interesting transition there coming in from ML. Decides to just go straight down since knowing that the pipe was occupied, and it actually puts AOM in a position where it wasn't able to follow through right away, and that allows the mouse to establish a little bit of distance, but whoa, great timing on that swipe though, coming in from AOM.
All right, so this is another catch coming in from AOM right here. But again, the fourth wedge of trees is in progress. So Devil Jerry and Magician Jerry still have a lot of areas to work with here, with the Magical Bunny leaving into the captain's quarters, while both of them push the fourth wedge of cheese before finally going in for the save. They know they have the time to work with here. So I like it how they are patient and not being repulsive into immediately saving King Jerry right here. So Devil Jerry is going to help that Magical Bunny, but I think they're not gonna go for the save at this point. Well, they can still with the remaining 13 seconds, but they will just stick to pushing this final wedge of cheese.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, they know that, you know what, we're already in a great position by making sure that we get all the objectives going. And now it's going to be an interesting sight here, whether or not with the two healthy members of Behind left, whether they can get that crack open. It's feasible. It's tough, but very feasible. I think this is the beauty of what how Behind plays. They know what their immediate win conditions are based on how the first half panned out, and they play to that accordingly. And they knew that, you know what, so long as we get more wedges of cheese pushed in, then we're already a round win. Now, whether or not is going to be a different matter altogether. That's like that extra bonus if they can. And okay, gonna bring on some buffed up Jerry to work on that crack. I think this is a great step up.
Okay, and unfortunately, the invisibility of Tom is not gonna give that element of surprise, because the buffed up Jerry is just gonna whack that crack right here. And even though the bubble shield was deployed, it's not really gonna buy some time, because yeah, it just needs like what, 2 or 3 whacks before the bubble shield is destroyed. And right now kiting is going to happen because Magician Jerry is not buffed up anymore at this time, so he was able to get a gun and was able to shoot it in a favorable manner here. So they have the opportunity still to destroy the crack, but he was able to capture Magician Jerry on the fly right here amidst of all of these. So Devil Jerry is gonna teleport himself into the cabin and destroy the crack right here with 40 seconds
Right.
with a fast countdown on the clock. So let's see how things will pan out for him.
Ooh, is it gonna be enough though? Time is ticking super duper fast. Yeah, that's the unfortunate ordeal right there. Cat will win at the end of the day, and still, by the points, we still have a little bit more to work with, and it will be behind that will be taking our round in the rules era.
Yes, indeed. Although there were 3 mice that was dispatched by AOM. Still a good job to him though for doing so. It could have been in his favorable manner if he did that during the dispatch phase and not during the defending of the crack area. So yeah, I did mention that they have the potential to go for some for some potential clutch plays. But yeah, this is a best of 5, so they still have more areas to work with here for both sides of the teams. But in terms of points, team behind is on the lead by 2.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for our teams here. This is one of the unique scenarios where we get the full best of 5. So in this case, it's still going to be a very close fight. Those 2 points aren't going to matter just yet.
Yes.
In this long of a series, and that's good for Joyful in which case, because at least gives them more breathing room going up against behind here. And what they want to do is try to learn from how behind plays, I guess, and adjust accordingly moving into the rounds. Now, whether or not they can adapt fast enough, I mean, they've done it before. They've done it against their enemy earlier in the semifinals, so why not try to pull it off again against behind?
True, and you have to take note as well that team behind had a dominating best of 3s, have gaining some points with the first and second rounds, not forcing any third round. But you know what? This is also going to test team behind's stamina and endurance with our game, since this is a best of 5s and Joyful is a formidable opponent. Really forced this first round to not be too one-sided for the side of behind. So this tests whether they can still play it all out into the whole duration of the finals. For Team Joyful, however, this is also a test for them on how long are they going to adapt to the dominance the team behind is showing or dishing out against them.
Yeah, and I mean, gosh, it's gonna be an interesting challenge up ahead for Joyful. But what I will say though is, again, you don't want to discount them. Sure, by history, by statistics, by overall run, we would definitely peg it on behind more, having the better record. But like I said, this is a longer series that Joyful can potentially turn to their favor if they're able to kind of decipher, decode the play style of behind here. If you're playing as Cat and if you're as Mice, just straight up step up the coordination and just coordinate more, and also keep in mind what the win conditions are, like I said, because sometimes it will come down to just not the crack being a non-factor, and by just pushing as much cheese as you can really for the long term.
Yeah, so I'm just pretty excited to see how our second round will be coming into play. And yeah, I mean, I have nothing much to say at this point, because both of our teams have different strengths, and it's just really showing here for our finals, and I just really can't wait for our game to load right now.
Yeah, really, really excited, in which case, to see how this finals is going to roll out. And of course, to all of you that are watching, continue to show your support in chat for both behind as well as joyful, as they would need all your energy to get through this grueling best of 5. Here we already have the bands once again behind DTG, very consistent on not wanting to deal with that Mouseketeer Tuffy, and this will allow Joyful to just stick to their guns once again.
So right now, Mouseketeer Tuffy will be banned out by the OG Toms, and of course Tom is going to be used. But yeah, still lingering into the meta, not gonna create or not going to use any interesting picks. Instead, in comparison to what happened to our semifinals, you would want to secure your win in the best set of compositions as much as possible. So it is pretty understandable as to why both of our teams are just sticking to the OGs, and it's just still a matter of how both of our teams will execute this properly. So this is going to be in the Night Castle once again with the bigger patio area, and just like that, this is just really fast for even for ourselves, Articuno. We just went up to round number 1 as quick as possible. So now heading into round number 2, let's see how DTG this time. Oh, a switch in player as well. So let's see if he is going to have a similar, complete dispatch of mice for this round.
Actually, kind of makes me wonder whether or not the shakeup will hopefully work out in Joyful's favor, in which case, or will DTG prove to be a scarier opponent to deal with than Bell? We'll find out. Dispatch phase is finished, and straight into the game we shall go.
And there are a lot of variations in terms of strategy for both Bell and DTG. Both of them are fast-paced, but we did see some highlights where DTG was able to get 2 mice in the early phases, and then where there was a point wherein he got a bit slower but still made the job done without preventing the mice from pushing all of the sets of cheese. So let's see if that's gonna come into play, because again, with less than a minute to spare, you know what, that is the first catch of the day, and placing him in the most highest part of our map, which is the bell tower. So this forces out now the rescuers that will go for the potential save, and I'm highly thinking it's going to be Robin Hood Jerry, and the others are just going to focus on the wedges of cheese.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Good start here for Behind once again, managing to get a mouse strapped to a rocket within the first minute. Of course, it's always a great buildup of momentum, as it does force the mice to respond earlier on. But then again, it also depends on their priorities, whether or not they want to at least make sure that they get their cheeses pushed in as well. But time is ticking, Sayora. Only 17 seconds left.
Yeah, and again, look at this. 16 seconds on the clock. They were able to at least increase a little bit of amount of time to delay with that save. But you know what, with the positions that they have, I don't think that they're gonna make it. You know what, Robin Hood's trying his best to go for the save, but was trapped into the mouse trap right here and will not connect that save, and he is the next target for DTG right here. So he's gonna force to jump down from the bell tower to the patio, but again the snatch is gonna happen to DTG right here, placing the second mouse into the rocket chair.
Yeah, and okay, that's the strap on once again. Really, this is very speedy, Sayora, once again. I mean, only 2 wedges of cheese, and within less than 3 minutes of the game, DTG already has a second victim strapped to the rocket chair. So this is going to significantly slow down the progress once again of Joyful. And like I said, they need to constantly make sure that they're on top and responding to these moments. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in a situation just like the very first round.
Oh, okay. DTG was able to spot out Magician here. Magician is going to try to connect the said save, but he did fall down. So that means it's gonna take some time for him to stand up and connect the save with 10 seconds on the clock. Is he going to make it right now? Is he gonna be trapped? No, he was. The save is going to connect right here, but you know what? The priority for DTG is going to be Magician Jerry in trade. So let's see if he is going to be the second mouse to be dispatched for this round. Okay, he is tied into the rocket chair, and yes, he is going to be the second mouse to be dispatched right here. And take note, Articuno, only 3 wedges of cheese are going to be placed or pushed by Team Joyful. And that's just good play and really utilize the patio area in a favorable.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. So DTG already making his way to defend this other wedge of cheese. So it's gonna be a tall order for these mice to deal with at this point. This is beautiful for DTG, by the way. He has very easy vision of both cheeses being in the opposite sides of the dining room and has a mousetrap on each of them. And wait a minute, looks like they're gonna try to push for it. And I think DTG is already getting a whiff of this sneaky play coming in from the side of Joyful and actually catches out the cheese here. Looks like the mice are just trying to reposition first off, try to get this cheese as far away from the dining room as possible, just so that DTG doesn't get the full control of the area where these cheese are.
You know what?
Making it tough.
I'm liking the plan of DTG right here. If you notice that he used all of the fragile items there, the vase, and to potentially just throw it into the nearby cheese because he knows that it's gonna inflict some damage once a passing mouse comes by and essentially steps on the broken glass. But you know what? Right now, again, you did mention that he has more, less of a coverage to observe in terms of getting the cheese since it's just in the linear area of the dining room and a glimpse in the patio area. So again, look at this. He was able to catch Detective Jerry into the bedroom this time. The third mouse to get seated on the rocket chair. Now this forces out Robin Hood Jerry from the patio to the this bedroom right here, and he can't afford to push that wedge of cheese because time is running out. And although he still have 30 seconds to spare, you don't really want to waste that time because you still have, whenever he goes and decides for the save here into this time, they still have the chance to kite, and that is what exactly is happening right here. So pipes are going to be used all over. DTG being invisible, surprise right there, will be letting Detective Jerry sit down once more again here on the top side of the corridor. So this forces once again for Robin and Jerry to be in a reactive state to keep on saving him if you want the numbers to be in their favor.
Yeah, and golly, they're really trying to push for this. Then, okay, they get the rescue.
Okay, but this match is gonna be Robin and Jerry. DTG silencing Robin and Jerry here now. Oh, okay, you've been saving him for so long. I'm gonna trade you instead. So
right,
this is just the discipline coming from DTG. Very different. And look at this. The timer is only 13 seconds on the clock. So this is assurance. This is sure dispatch coming in from DTG. And you know what? He just has to stay chill at this point. But I think he doesn't want to chill. He wants to get Chris. He wants this complete dispatch, Articuno. He wants all of those points swagged up. And with this, a complete wipeout coming in DTG for team behind.
And again, only 3 wedges pushed into boot. So behind is being very consistent, I'll tell you that. And it doesn't matter if it's DTG or Bell that's on the field, both cats of which are ready to play and slay the competition.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the quick stats right here. King Jerry was not able to move as freely as he did during the early seconds because he was captured less than 30 seconds already, and they weren't able to really play along in terms of the saving and the kiting potentials of Team Joyful, simply because DTG, he knows the discipline. He knows that, okay, eventually you guys are going to go for the save, so I'm going to just go and wait. And he did, because there were traps set in each mouse that he was able to place in the rocket chair. So he was just simply waiting. Now, if you were gonna get trapped, oh, okay, that's plus for me. If not, then okay, go for the save. I'm just gonna go and retaliate it with another swap, and that's what he did. And man, this is just, you know, keeping the dominating performance of Behind shown, creating such a statement here.
Yeah, and I'm gotta keep our fingers crossed, I guess, for Joyful once again, because in all fairness, if you look at Joyful's cat, actually able to roll with the punches as well. I think what really sets these teams apart is just, again, the knowing what the win conditions are, knowing how many, just again, it comes down to the wedges of cheese that you push in, and that's what makes or breaks the points here, the rounds. And I think that's going to be the game plan once again for Behind, in which case, I mean, again, it's not even about getting, I mean, of course, the best case scenario is you open up the crack and get the escape, sure.
Yeah.
But like, knowing that, okay, Joyful will only push 3 wedges. If we push in at least 4, we win the round again. Doesn't matter if all 3 of us get dispatched, just make sure we get 4 wedges shoved into those mouse holes.
Yeah.
I tried to just wanted to make sure it was
Okay, like I like the safety bars that you just thought right there. But you know what?
Yeah.
We're not dilly dally anymore. Let's see if those wedges of cheese are pushing the mouse hole, as we will be proceeding to the round 2 second half between Joyful as the cat side and Behind as the mice. So again, fundamental picks for both sides of the team, not really shaking things up a notch. So this is very interesting because you mentioned that, okay, all they need to do is to just push the wedges of cheese, regardless if they are going to be dispatched. Because I think at this point, Team Behind is respecting the cat side of Team Joyful. They know that he has the capacity to do some clutch plays. They know that even though that in terms of him having a slower pace in comparison with the cat side of Team Behind, he is able to dispatch the mice. So the winning conditions for Team Behind here, they know their place. They know how to play this all out. It just means that their main priority here is to just completely force the escape phase. And yeah, it's just gonna be a bonus if they are able to escape the crack.
Yeah, and here we go. Start of the round once again. Seora, it's coming down to the wire. AOM, it's a lot on this plate. Again, win condition is, it's even, I mean, of course, first step, if you can get a mouse early on the rocket, sure. But what AOM has to pay particular attention to this time around is objectives as well. Because, like, I think what's going to happen once we hit the dispatch, if ever AOM gets his first target, like, Behind is gonna take advantage of those seconds where the cat is just gonna go on hard defense. So, like, you know what? There's still 3 of us. Let's push in those 3 wedges of cheese right away. And, you know, if ever it comes to a point where their first mouse gets dispatched, hey, it's like, by getting 3 wedges set up already, that already ties us up with Joyful in the round. Push in 1 more, and it's, again, another round victory.
Yes, indeed. So again, I like it how AOM this time is, utilizing his traps to place it in the wedges of cheese. Because if he does that, I mean, he already has an idea that, okay, there is going to be a mouse nearby. And, this is going to give him some time to prevent from actually the mice from taking all of those objectives. So right now, as you mentioned, that is going to be the gameplay for the side of Team Joyful here. He has to more focus on the wedges of cheese because I think dispatch at this point is viable for him. I think it's just a matter of securing those cheese, not actually making it into a complete push to force the escape phase. But right now he was able to injure Detective Jerry in the early phases of our game. You know what, he is dizzy here, and he also gets to see that wedge of cheese in the area, so he's guarding 2 stones at once. So again, the save is going to connect right here, and All right, the kiting capacities is gonna be happening this time around, but you know what? He's still able to snatch Detective Jerry on the fly, but you know that was a fake. Fake plays into the rocket cherry here just to really let the other members commit here into saving Detective Jerry.
Yeah, and okay, in which case, AOM is fairly on the right track, I guess. I mean, you are guarding that one wedge of cheese at the same time. So I think at the most value that Behind is going to be getting out of this is like double wedges of cheese pushed in first off. And yeah, looks like, interesting enough, they're going to be sacrificing Detective Jerry to make sure that they push these objectives. Interesting.
But this is looking good for Joyful at the moment, since he was able to dispatch one mouse off the board. This is gonna leave Team Behind to work with only 3 mice. But you know what? I'm not gonna negate that fact simply because we did witness Team Behind play with only 3 mice onto our game. So again, Nid is going to be the one to kite right here, but he was a bit of staggered into that fragile broken glass up there into the dining room. But you know what? 2 wedges of cheese were already pushed, so this is also progress for the side of Team Behind. So now King Jerry is going to be in the vicinity, going in for the save. Waves is 1, tries to go for the golf club, will not connect, and this save is going to happen. But again, AUM with the priority is going to take Robin Hood Jerry, but Robin Hood Jerry was able to create at least a certain amount of gap right here into the stairs area, but it's not going to deter AOM right here as he is going to snatch up Robin Hood Jerry into the rocket chair. He goes, luckily he has some shields, or else that play could have been a stun game for him.
Yeah, and this is a bit worrisome from Behind because they lost out on someone super early on, and only 2 wedges of cheese pushed in thus far. Now they're going to try to go for the save here and successfully manage that. But at the same time, we keep on going back to what is the progress on the pushes of cheese. Now we do see a little bit of progress towards the top side, but still a long way to go here, so you're a little bit worrisome here for Behind. There you go. 3 wedges of cheese pushed in, still 3 numbers. All they need to do is just push in 1 more for the round win, and they have that refresh now. Makes it very feasible.
True. But you know what? Robin Hood Jerry is going to be placed onto the rocket chair with only 9 seconds on the board. This may be another sacrifice room, but you know what? No. They were able to add a little bit of a seconds right there, and the save is going to connect. Good job by King Jerry right here. So right now, he is going to be the one for the trade, but I don't think they mind at this point because look at that. Magician Jerry is on his way for the final wedge of cheese that they can push for their game to actually go into their favor. But you know what? Robin Hood Jerry here is just confusing it all the more. So they have a lot of they have 2 options to work with here. The one that is in the possession of the magical bunny, or the one that is located in the dining room area. So I think the best scenario for this is to lure it out. But unfortunately though, the wedge of cheese was spotted out by AOM, so he only has a less of a coverage to watch in here.
This is gonna be super tough, in which case for the mice, it could potentially still tie out here, Ciora. There hasn't really been any significant progress towards pushing in that 4th wedge of cheese so that they can get the round win. But of course, on the flip side, this is great for Joyful. AOM realizing what the win conditions are for Behind and making it all the more trickier for them to try to push for it. And okay, that's a moment of a hold for AOM, and AOM just gonna commit towards that 1 mouse. Take note, there is a little bit of progress towards the upper side, but still a long way to go. Oh, that's nice timing on the dog, by the way. And that's gonna hold down AOM for him, give a little bit of breathing room for the mice to work on some cheese straight up.
And that is what the magical bunny is doing onto the bedroom area. That is, he was able to create a space, and this is 4 wedges of cheese being pushed by Team Behind. Take note, Articuno, only 2 mice are working right now. So the best bet that AOM has to do here is to, heavily guard the remaining cheese. But look at this, ice cubes all over, just stunning him. And with that foggy blocking in some vision, this is just working out for the side of Team Behind here, removing all of the traps, and they were able to force the escape. Brace here, pushing the final wedge of cheese. They know their objectives right, but for the trade, AOM is going to get Robin Hood Jerry. But you know what? At this point, this may be a round for Team Behind simply because they were able to force that crack, and Magician Jerry is in the area, so the save is possible still here. But look at this. AOM was able to get Magician Jerry, so he is gonna take a complete wipeout. But unfortunately, though, they were able to force the crack from being there, so means it's another point coming in from Team Behind.
Yeah, and just like that, Behind getting the upper hand in this round, which means that they are currently 2-0 in this match. We keep on going back to this discussion about it's just going to come down to those finer points, the numbers of wedges of cheese. Both teams are highly confident that it's going to be super hard to be able to keep your numbers intact at a healthy number when you're looking to go for the late game of opening the crack with bigger numbers. So that's going to be something that we'll probably not see as often in this finals. But what we have seen be a recurring thing is just the number of wedges of cheese that teams are set on pushing in. Once again, it's a 2-4 in favor of Behind. And they are at match point. One more win and we will officially maybe crown our Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase champion. But Joyful, they still have a chance to go the complete reverse sweep here. All they have to do is just straight up perform, step up their game a little bit better. They've shown that they can do it, Seora. I really believe that they can. It just really comes down to fine-tuning a bit more. They were so close, by the way. Like, once it came down to the two mice in the second half of round 2, I really thought that AOM had it, but just bits and pieces. Like that Magician Jerry, the bunny was a factor. It was a factor for sure that kind of threw Joyful off for that second round, which is why they were able to just work on that other wedge while the mice kept him busy on the lower floor. So I think pick and ban once again. I think it really goes as early as pick and ban and how you execute it. It's those two things combined. I feel like this finals really exemplifies how both phases are important for Joyful at this point in time.
True, and unfortunately for Team Joyful, they can't do the same things at once because we having a similar scoreboard for rounds 1 and 2. They really need to step up their game, and I think it's a good call for them to respect the Magician Jerry of Team Behind and choose that to basically ban it out. Since we are already heading into our third round, it means it's going to be an added 1 ban for each of our team and each of our sides. So I think they have the at least if they are going to have 2 bans the least, I think the best one for them to ban out is the Mouseketeer Tuffy and the Magician Jerry to most, because they, Joyful AOM can prevent the Detective Jerry. He can. But the thing is, I'm gonna agree, it's the Magician Jerry, especially with the bunny, that is keeping him at bay. He's not having the opportunity to mainly focus on that specific mouse. So that's why we do mention that if ever that you are on the mouse side and the first one to get caught is the Magician Jerry, it's not the best case scenario because it kind of like gives you a -1 on your assistance in terms of pushing the wedges of cheese. But for the side of Behind, however, in terms of their cat side, no questions asked, because their cats are plainly dominating here and they could just play around with both Bell and DTG at this point. But for the mice side of them, however, I can't to highlight this all the more, especially all throughout our tournament. Team Behind has the capacity to still work around with their objectives, regardless if they are dwindled down to the number of mice. In the first semifinals, they were, or actually in the quarterfinals even, they were able to work with only 3. Now they are proving to us that you can still have some miracle work done with only 2 remaining left, and they don't necessarily have to escape at that point. But the fact that they forced their way for that crack to be opened or for that crack to appear is something that you have to take into account, because what if, example, like team behind was able to kite away AOM that time. It means they
Right.
had the opportunity to at least decrease the bar of the crack. So that Team Joyful has a lot of factors to take into account here, but their main objective is to deny the objective takes that Team Behind is initially doing right now.
Yeah, and hopefully, just hopefully, Joyful is able to get their bearings, because make it or break it, there's no more cushioning in this best of 5 for them. Like, and the way Behind is playing, they made sure of that by living up to those very subtle win conditions. The small, it's so interesting, Sarah, how these small things in this series is ending up to be like just the biggest thing for Behind's plate for a win. Just these simple round wins. It's not the same scenario in earlier ones where they're just dominating victories. It's really close. It's really neck and neck. It just so happens that Behind ends up inching away with just a wee bit more points than the competition.
Yes,
which is
and
joyful.
yeah, still, being consistent with the what do you call this, 2-point gap here. Basically, it's just interesting for them, since they are consistent. The consistency is there, and I did mention that stamina is also coming to play, but them being playing along with both Bell and DTG, plus their mice not being deterred at any state, it means that, man, they have a big will of endurance right here, and they can really go all out if they choose to. But I'm not gonna discredit once more Joyful. Joyful can do some clutch games. They definitely can. Their mice is, they can do this effectively. They just need to, I guess, adjust in terms of what wedge of cheese to prioritize, and which mouse is gonna go for the lure with the cat, because I think that's like the major problem that Team Joyful is facing right now. They're not really sure on which mouse is the one who's gonna go and show themselves in the taunt cat, and their objectives in terms of pushing the wedges of cheese. If you notice that they are in a position wherein the cat is in the vicinity as well, so they have to take that into consideration to which cheese they have to prioritize first, because at least if they are in the area to where the cat is, being at bay, at least it's gonna give them a breather that, okay, at least this is an objective take for them.
Right, exactly. That's actually very true, and I guess we'll have to find out and see once we hit that round 3, or I am really excited. We're almost nearing the conclusion, in which case, of our series. I can't believe it. We're nearing the conclusion of this tournament, and okay, you seem surprised, Sarah. I'm gonna let you dissect what's going on.
Alrighty, so as mentioned, Behind is going to ban out Mouseketeer, Tuffy, and Robin Hood Cheer, but look at this cat pick. Cowboy Tom. Boy, this is a pretty long while since this Cowboy Tom appeared, because the last time we seen it was during the group stages, the very first day. So pretty interesting. They will be dishing out this Cowboy Tom off the board, since usually when Tom is banned, we will be seeing like a Lightning or a Butch or even a Topsy pick, but Cowboy Tom, pretty interesting.
I am just as surprised as you are, Sarah. I never thought that we'd see some shakeups like this in the finals. I really thought it's just going to be hardcore, but you know what? This is where the team show that they have a few tricks up their sleeves that they've been saving for this very moment. And trust Behind to be one of those teams that will be willing to bring it to the table, knowing that they are in the lead already in the round. So, why not show a little bit more of what we're capable of in terms of what picks we can bring to the table. And yeehaw! Let's go to the control room.
Man, having a very wild Texas feels right now. But you know what? This is gonna happen in the cruise ship once again, the summer cruise. A different version of it right now, because as you can see, the kitchen is bigger, getting a lot of food right there. But you know what? Going back into the patrolling phase right here. Again, Bell still with placing these set of traps in the most way that it's highly possible for the mice to pass by. And for the side of the mice, interesting how
Right.
the robots are not dished out. Okay, they just dish out one, so they're being a bit of what do you call this? Not invested in using
Right.
these robots. So it's piquing my interest right now, since you would want to have a lot of coverage in terms of scouting these areas, since this is a big map. So you have to take that into account.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, gonna be interesting in which case dispatch phase is on. I'm not gonna lie, so you're super eager to see what Bell is gonna be doing with this Cowboy Tom. I'm still surprised, to be honest.
I mean, I can see it right now. But you know what? This is dispatch phase, so both of them are invisible. So Devil Jerry and Cowboy Jerry is just gonna pass by, since they don't really see each other themselves on the map. But I think Bell already has an idea that someone is in the cabin area, since the items were moved. But you know what? He's gonna spot out Virtue first, and this is a good target for him, because this is the Magician Jerry, and we did mention that if Magician Jerry is gonna be the first target in the early seconds of the game, it's gonna negate that extra assistance coming in from the bunny. But you know what? He's gonna release the bull out in hopes of any potential saves. And look at that! The bull was able to hit King Jerry in the process. Let's see how the save is gonna go. It's going to connect, but with this lasso right here, we'll be having King Jerry for the trade. And this is a good sign, because look at this. Magician Jerry very dizzy. And this is the second mouse take for Bell, and Asta is forced now to go into the commit. But then again, Magician Jerry is gonna be placed into the rocket chair. A lot of commitments happening here, which means it's only Detective Jerry to work with onto the cheese, and the bull hit successfully King Jerry, and this is the second take.
This is like a death trap that Joyful is playing around right now. 15 seconds left on that Magician. They need to try to go for the save at this point. Looks like they do manage to do just that. But of course, Bell gonna go straight back to nailing his first target. They actually get the double rescue, but still double dizzy as well onto two mice in this game. And that's gonna be sayonara to our Lord and Savior the King. Joy Asta will try to get the rescue, but oh my gosh, the intensity of Bell just bringing it, putting pressure on these mice when they can't go for these easy saves, and just goes straight for the swipe once again. Now, in all fairness though, Joyful has been making sure this time that they haven't been falling too behind objectives. 2 wedges of cheese have been pushed already, but it's still going to be a long way to go for Joyful if they want to have a better standing heading into this round.
This is just, I mean, to me, if I were in there, I'm gonna feel a bit of sad on my part, since a lot of skills has been dished out on me. The lasso, the bull, and it's just completely negating my saving potentials at that point. But you know what? That's me. But Bell was able to really contain them from completely saving King Jerry earlier, so that Devil Jerry was rescued in the process, and his lasso is going to be used, stunned into the items onto the map. But you know what? That's not gonna stop him. Magician Jerry with only 6 seconds on the clock. Mousetrap is going to be placed right there for a bit of insurance right here. The save is not yet going to connect, but they were able to buy at least 10 seconds more. But you know what? Look, Devil Jerry was able to transport himself, but not in the position of Magician Jerry. So this is now a kiting prowess to where Asta needs to do, because he is captured by Bell. This is not gonna look. This could be a complete dispatch.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Are we gonna get another game where Joyful only manages to push in 3 wedges of cheese though? Looks like
man.
Bell is going for the setup here, making sure to put some defense on these mouse holes and just trying to sniff out some targets as well. There you go, though.
Oh,
Just
okay.
this is on.
Alright, so again, kiting prowess is gonna happen right here, and luckily he was able to open the freezer to freeze Bell in the process, but this is not gonna stop him. Look at how close the gap is gonna be at. He is gonna release the bull. He knows that Detective Dre is in that nearby wedge of cheese. Being invisible though it kind of gives him that stealth abilities, but releasing the bull to pressure in Detective Dre, it means it's another factor to delay the pushing of the wedge of cheese. So that's one factor. And I'm still shocked at how Bell is using this cowboy Tom in a very dominating way. I mean, he knows the timing to when to release the bull. And okay, this is now looking good for Detective Dre. Forces to push this wedge of cheese into the deck area. But you know what? The hunt is here, as he was able to lasso out Asta here onto the kitchen area. Was steamed by the kitchen. You know, the cauldrons right there, that was steaming hot. But
Yeah.
it's not gonna deter him in the process. This is the third mouse into play, and although he was able to push the fourth wedge of cheese, he has to save Asta here if he wants to make the escape phase work.
Yeah, that's gonna be a temporary hold, in which case on the progress. But wait a minute. Okay, still no saves just yet. It's a very tricky scenario trying to go for that save, you know. Lots of defense, lots of ways this could go wrong. Like, again, Bell just setting up this crazy death trap of scenario for Joyful. Are they gonna get it? Oh no, that is very unfortunate. But the rescue comes in at the cost of a Swapperoo, though.
Detective Dre is the one who's gonna be in the hands of Cowboy Tom. But you know what? Like you said, it's a trade, and the countdown is gonna be with only 17 seconds. And this is just space for Bell to go get Devil Jerry, and Devil Jerry is just gonna be and with that, that is a complete sweep coming in once more for Team Behind. Unfortunately, 4 wedges of cheese for the side of Team Joyful.
Yeah, and in all fairness, though, it's a step up. Earlier, it was 3 wedges of cheese. Now they've added an additional wedge. But the bigger question now is that whether or not they can better Behind going into the second half, because you have to take note, what Behind was able to do for the past 2 rounds was they managed to get all 5 wedges of cheese into the hole. So that's the win condition for Behind. It'll ultimately come down to whether or not Joyful's cat can step up his game going into the second half. Otherwise, it's going to be the full-on 3-0, which, to be honest, I don't want to happen. I want the full series out of this. It's the only best of 5 we get in this tournament, and I'm really hoping that Joyful can rally themselves together. Like, we've seen them do it so many times, time and time again, wherein they constantly prove everyone wrong throughout the past matches that they've gone through, from group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, now heading into this finals. I think it's feasible. I really think it's feasible. It's just that AOM has his work cut out. So long as he prevents 5 wedges of cheese going through that hole, then there is hope. There is potentially some hope here for Joyful moving forward to maybe push it into a round 4. Fingers crossed if you're a Joyful fan. But of course, if you're a Behind fan, then you want that finish. You just want that clean 3-0.
True. And as I did mention that Team Joyful has the capacity for that clutch games. If anything, it has to be now. It has to be in this specific half if they want to force a round number 4. Because, alright, Bell already created the winning conditions, or to actually force the game number 4 for Team Joyful. Basically, AOM has to dispatch all of them completely with the thought that he is not going to force the escape phase, or at least only letting Team Behind push 3 or 4 wedges of cheese. That is, I think, the best case scenario for AOM to force a game number 4. But like I said, if he has the capacity to do that clutch play, it's now. But what I meant by clutch play is to actually catch them all of the mouse without going in to without letting the crack appear. So I guess that is like a leeway from at least the last 3 minutes of the dispatch phase. He has 10 minutes to work with in terms of catching these mice, and this is the moment of truth for him. So if anything, if he has some interesting picks that he may dish out, especially the area is in if I'm not mistaken, that was the house, right? Oh no, a summer cruise, a different, or whether if it's a summer cruise or the classic house. The fact that you need to consider your map and you need to consider your basically your surroundings is where you have to take into consideration as well. Respect the magician Jerry of Team Behind, because that is one of the largest factors contributing to them pushing the wedges of cheese.
Yes, and gosh, like it's been quite the series that we've been having so far, Sierra. Even like just in general, like the matches that we've been having today have been quite the spectacle, I would say. And I guess it just really comes down to it. We've set the win conditions for Joyful. For Joyful, getting a dispatch at 3 wedges of cheese means a round win, 4 means a tie, 5 means a loss. So, okay, another shakeup here. AOM bringing in some merch with the banning on Classic Tom. For the flip side, though, it is Detective Jerry as well as Mouseketeer Tuffy that is taken away from the side of Behind.
Okay, interesting. Summer Cruise 2 is going to be the map, and Butch is going to come up into play. So both of our teams are going to dish out a different set of cats. Usually you'd see like a lightning every after a Tom cat ban. But so both of our teams, really interesting pick. But what interests me the most is that, okay, I think they respect more the Detective Jerry of Team Behind rather than the Magician Jerry of Team Behind here. Because, yeah, like you did mention, they did ban out Musketeer Tuffy and Detective Jerry, right? So I think they're a bit more confident in, for AOM specifically, into facing this Magician Jerry. So I think that's his go-to here. Go-to priority target is going to be basically the Magician Jerry if he wants to negate that +1 bunny that he has in his skills.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, it's gonna be fight for their life, ladies and gents. Make sure if you're supporting Joyful to give them your energy. They're gonna need more than ever. They need to persevere and make something happen in the second half of round 3. Now, big question is, can they do it, or will it ultimately lean towards a victory for Behind as our very first Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase champion? We'll find out as the patrolling phase nears its finish and the mice are gonna get let loose for what could be one last time. We will see if that is what Behind wishes, but in JAOM's case, that's not it. Let's go for it, Ciora.
Yes, indeed. Dispatch phase is going to commence right now with 2 mice located into the kitchen area. Luckily, Magician Jerry is invisible, so the most likely target that he would have spot was Devil Tuffy. And him knowing this fact already is in the way onto Devil Tuffy's way, actually, and he is gonna go for some kiting sprees right here. Nid has to be careful though, try to buy some time for his teammates. So he falls down from the dining room to the deck area, and with all of that kiting, he was able to buy time and push 1 wedge of cheese successfully. And take note, Devil Tuffy is still alive, but with this fog blocks him some vision and gives time for Devil Tuffy to reposition himself. But no, snatch is gonna happen right here, and you know what? King Jerry is on his tails. Let's see how things are gonna pan out right here. So he is gonna be tied onto the rocket chair, waves his wand, not gonna be effective, be immune for a while, and was able to stun him in the process here, thanks to the cards of Magician Jerry.
Yeah, but so far so good, in which case all 4 members of Behind are up and kicking. They're able to get the second push of cheese, so this is some really great progress, really knowing what their win conditions are. 3 more wedges of cheese that they need to try to push in, but good job from AOM, in which case setting up towards that 1 block that he spotted out and trying to prevent them from getting that other push in. However, they can easily push for objectives elsewhere, though. So, nonetheless, I think this is a good way for AOM to deal with the long term. Nonetheless, once these, because eventually those mice are gonna have to leer towards that part of the map, even though let's say they are able to push for some cheese on other parts of the map. And it's like AOM going to be very happy to finally find a target, in which case find some shenanigans happening. Still not getting the swipe, but everything is just fine. A lot of mice in this area, though, I would like to note. And looks like they are just ready to slow down AOM whenever they can. And just beautiful timing right there on the dynamite landing. These mice mean business.
They know exactly what to do in terms of buying some time for their team right here. Just stunning, inflicting a lot of crowd control for against AOM right here. So again, you have to commend the kiting prowess of the classic Jerry right here, and really buying some time for their teammates. And just like that, 3 wedges of cheese all already pushed down. The remaining 2 are both located in the kitchen area, so AOM can work with this. He can place some traps in it, but you know what? I think this is a strategy wherein the mice will just lure Butch away, and the magical bunny is gonna go for, or actually magical Jerry is gonna go for the cheesesteak. And I think that's what exactly the team behind is gonna do.
Oh my gosh. This is starting to become quite the build-up for behind. They still have all 4 numbers with 3 wedges of cheese pushed in. This means that the feasibility of getting a total 5 wedges of cheese pushed in is looking pretty darn good for these guys, and I'm very worried for them. But this might be an opportunity for AOM to finally snatch a mouse. Not quite just yet. Is being as careful as he can, and there you go. Finally straps victim to a rocket with only a few seconds to spare, but they instantly get the rescue. Behind is just so on top of things right now. They don't want to give in just yet.
The canary with the dynamite is one of the things that is being effective here for the side of team behind. And look at this. Even though he is able to snatch the mice, the fact that the other teammates are able to deny him with completely placing them in the rocket chair, just like that. Look, they were able to stun him in the process, again releasing the mice that he just initially snatched. And again, he is gonna go for the chase on Devil Tuffy once again, and I think this time if he placed him in a rocket chair, it's gonna be a dispatch. But look at this, a buffed up Jerry is gonna try and prevent. So it's gonna decrease his HP, but like as mentioned, it's gonna be the first dispatch of the day. And look at this, Jamie just utilizing the buffed up Jerry, stuns down AOM and forces King Jerry and Magician Jerry to go and reposition themselves with only 4 wedges of cheese already pushed. They just need 1 more.
Yeah, and the progress of where they can do it, which is the kitchen, is still a bit far off here, Seora. There's still a lot of uncertainty. There's still a lot of things that can go wrong. They've exhausted a lot of resources here in this area, so that should give AOM a little bit more breathing room. But still, the canary is just dropping bombs like there's no tomorrow. And look at AOM just making sure to shove in the cheese whenever he can. He knows that he can't let this cheese push through any further. And oh no, they actually managed to get it at the last moment. But you know what, Seora? Even though behind has lived up to their win condition, it's not over just yet. We still have this round to finish, and behind, they're going to want to go for the crack just to make this victory even more definitive.
This is a very chaotic fight from all of our rounds that happened. I mean, to and fro stunts coming in from both AOM and team behind. It's just really making this game all the more intense. But you know what? Classic Jerry is already on his way to destroying that crack. And I think that it's just, Magician Jerry and Classic Jerry to go for the escape. And they will be going in as the mice will be winning this round, completely pushing all the wedges of cheese, plus 2 mice escaping the crack.
Yes, and you know what this means, Seora? Officially, ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to present to you our very first
Tom and Jerry Chase Top Clans 2020 champion. It is going to be behind. They have been so consistent right out the gate, as we said, from the start of group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals. They topple down their opposition, and here they stand as your ultimate victors, guys. Congratulations. Kudos to Joyful for putting up a great fight. There you go. You have the points. 3 rounds is what behind committed to. They started off strong in the first 2, but you know what? Just to make the deal a little bit more sweet, they went the full throttle towards the 3rd round and just building up on those hefty points with the 0-7. And there you have it, ladies and gents. History is made today as our first Southeast Asia champion. It is going to be behind. Round of applause in chat there. And wow, I can't believe it, Ciora. We've actually made it all the way to the end. Holy cow.
Yes. With Team Behind creating history right here. They will be the one for the books and all of those esports articles, because they are the very first champions of the very first tournament of Tom and Jerry Chase here at Top Clans 2020. They will be the ones used to reference all over. Okay, Team Behind used this. Okay, they use this kind of strategy. And you know what? This is going to be, placing a very happy smiles on their faces, because they are our first team to be champions, winning off that wonderful $10,000 US. But you know what? Team Joyful is not gonna go home away empty-handed. They are our second placer.
Right. And just at the end of it all, we have I can't believe it. We have our champion right here. And very well deserved, by the way. Again, Beyond was one of those teams that on paper we saw that a lot of high ranking players, and we've become skeptical of sometimes, because sometimes those ranks didn't necessarily translate to winning games. But if there's one team that was able to make sure that their stats translated from paper to the actual tournament, it was Behind. And we're just so glad that we finally crowned our very first champion. And I can't wait to see them in future tournaments, because they have been such a strong contender. They really made a statement for making a name for themselves as the best team in Southeast Asia right now. And I'm pretty sure that with this tournament, this is just going to motivate even more teams to step up their game in the future too. But here you go. We're going to crown our MVP for this match. It is going to be Bell with some pretty good cat plays right there. Very, very consistent. And you have to take note as well, by the way, that Behind wasn't afraid of kind of switching around players that played cat. So it also just shows how they're very well rounded as well as a team, boosting some of the best players in this tournament. And wielded great results either way, both Bell and his counterpart on Behind. So very good job.
Indeed. And you know what? Usually when there's like a swap in terms of players, sometimes you think that, okay, let's just place him here since he was the one who gets the points for us. But you know what? The trust that Team Behind really built for their teams, just really commendable. And this is going to be today's result. Articuno with Joyful winning the first match, Behind winning the second match, and after our super lucky draw, this is Team Behind really creating a statement. Our champion for our Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase, and this was their journey here, as this is the respective brackets that Behind really took, the journey that they took during the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the grand finals.
Yes, and with that, we are very happy to join us. Once again, we have been Articuno and Ciora, as we'll pass it on. Congratulations once again to Behind, and we can't wait to see you during the next Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase. But for now, have a great evening, and we'll see you all next time.
Thank you, casters, for bringing us such an exciting game today and for the past few weeks. At the end, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching today. That is all for Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational of Top Clans 2020. We'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.